Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Ola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts. We crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond.
What's up, everybody? Richard here, and welcome to Forex Fire.
Morning.
Coach James, how's it going?
Good day, everyone.
Hey.
All well?
Another surprise.
All good on my side.
Hopefully a nice
Good
sunny day
deal.
on your side too, Mr.
All good.
Direct, fellow South African.
It's a bit chilly and windy over here. I'm sure it is where you are too. We're like in the middle of America there, Tiger.
Yeah, it's been a little gloomy here, but yeah, pretty warm,
A bit lonely.
pretty decently warm. Feels a bit more like early part of autumn. Still hot, but not as hot as it was 3 weeks ago. We're slowly starting to
Awesome.
get a little closer towards fall, so it'll start cooling in the next few weeks.
Yeah,
Weather's
Yeah,
rolling
so this is
over.
perfect weather.
Cool.
yeah.
Ready for it to cool down so we can have some
Yeah,
bonfires.
it's the first day of autumn on Monday, wasn't it? In or fall in the US, and spring here in my part of the world and Rich's part of the world. So we're looking forward to. It's actually been a really cold and miserable, windy winter. So I think looking forward to a proper summer. If we get one this year, it'll be good.
It has been. Not as much rain as we usually get, but I'm very cautious when we call spring the 1st of September here in Cape Town, especially because up until October you can still get quite hectic rain and stuff. But yeah, at least I think most of the cold's gone,
Yeah.
which is a good thing. Can't wait. I think the older I'm getting, the
Yeah.
less I like the cold, that's for sure.
Wow.
Cool stuff, guys.
Yeah,
So, what's happening in your side markets? Have you got into any trades? How did yesterday treat you? It was quite a hectic day yesterday, sell-off actually during the London session.
Yeah, that was a very quiet day.
And Tiger, you were having a few trades this morning earlier on, weren't you?
I always get messed up when you say this morning because that your this morning is my last night. But yeah, no, I was messing around with a little bit of gold, but I'm keeping an eye on euro dollar this morning, just looking for a little bit of a breakout trade.
All right.
A little bit of a London opening range breakout. So we'll see if that kind of triggers itself here in a little bit.
Nice.
Yeah,
nice.
just kind of keeping an eye generally on gold. Gold is still really the more bullish of everything I've been following lately. Gold and Swiss yen as far as currencies go. And then 3 Aussie pairs, Aussie dollar, Aussie yen, Aussie New Zealand dollar. They're all giving me some bullish vibes this morning. And on the opposite end, on the bearish end, dollar Swiss is kind of leading the way with the bearish side of -6. Bitcoin and DAX and Nikkei are actually -6, -5 as well, but then followed up by a dollar yen and then CAD Swiss. So it's been kind of slim pickings for what I've been following anyway the last few days. So just
Okay.
yeah, just mainly gold, and then dollar Swiss is probably my top one and top two, or top two things to watch. One bullish, one bearish. But yeah, euro dollar, it's pretty close to bullish. I am looking for a little bit of a like I said, a London break here in a little bit, hopefully. So we'll see. I mean, I got a handful of alerts set on some various things, and we'll see which one spikes first, which one rings me first.
Nice.
Cool.
I got a Facebook message from our class president here today about our homecoming game. It's a football game that they always throw here in the U.S. It's like one of the main ones in high school. So he said that after that, we're going to have a 25-year reunion meetup at the local pub. So 25 years, 25-year high school reunion. So I thought that was a little bit of a shock. Didn't really think about that, but yeah, it's been 25 years.
Well, that's not too bad. I've got my 30th anniversary coming up on, when was it? Somewhere in October. Also high school reunion sort of thing.
Yeah.
But I'm not going.
Yeah.
It's like all those people changed too much for me. They're still stuck in a small little town where I grew up, and it's like I moved on. It's like I've got no what's his name intentions to go and hear everyone's story and catching up.
Yeah.
What do you want to do? It's just drink.
Yeah,
I was going to say
enjoy
that
yourself.
Tiger was saying it's his 25th anniversary. I think that might be your last, Tiger. I think I went to my 25th as well, and that was the last one, and that was 8 years ago. So I'm probably not going to go to another one. Maybe I'll go to the 50th if I make it that long. That would be kind of, most of my colleagues will be dead or very 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 old and frail looking, but that's okay. Let's laugh at those who have passed on. Maybe.
Yeah. The last one we
Joking,
had
of
was a 10-year, and we were set to have a 20-year reunion, but that was right in the middle of COVID, so we ended up postponing that one. So this is kind of the makeup session, if you will. So yeah, it'll be interesting. I'll be happy to see a lot of them. I mean, some of them obviously, just like everybody, there's a group that you want to see, there's a group you don't want to see. So
yeah,
there'll be some bubblies involved, so it'll be all good. Hopefully they'll have some karaoke so I can serenade the drunk crowd.
Yeah. You can get out of your car and do it with your old high school mates.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. See, I was one of the least popular kids too. I'm so outgoing now. They won't even they won't even know what's coming, because I was always, believe it or not, one of the quieter ones in school. But going through the military, going through Air Force basic training, that kind of changes a person. So yeah, I'll be running laps around them now.
Yeah.
It'll be fun. Like,
Been pumping the
here I am
here in my office. So I'm like, even my glasses are fogging up.
Oh,
To go tell them to switch it off. I've got no idea what the hell's going on. Feels like
I see it now. Yeah, that happens to me every time I open my dishwasher. When I'm wearing my glasses, just fogs up. What we got here?
Yeah.
Good morning, Emily Trading.
So Richard, I guess. Yeah, Emily, welcome. Yeah. Emily Trading, and it's in the chat. Say hi. Ask your questions if you've got any. And also make sure to put your email address in YouTube bio, because there is a giveaway coming up in this session. I'm sure Richard will tell us. But welcome to everyone that's in the chat. Looking forward to having some trading talk with you guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely. I'm just having some mic issues again, but I don't think it's from my side. It's a network issue.
Yeah, there's a bit of an overall lag, Richard. I think it's just internet stuff. Quite a long lag
yeah,
today.
but although my internet is really, really fast, but you never know with these C cables and stuff.
Yeah, we lost service.
And you know, the interesting thing is that the amount of traffic on YouTube has increased so much, and the streaming services that people are using, like Mixit and StreamYard, Streamlabs, are just not coping. And StreamYard, which is the one that I normally use, about a month ago just could not cope, particularly after the elections and with all the stuff going on around the world, and it just wasn't working very well. So I think that's the problem.
Yeah, for sure. Because if I look at all my settings in on my side, everything's working 100%. Anyways,
yeah.
guys,
So
see, we've dropped off on YouTube as well.
Maybe one of you guys can jump on and start sharing some charts. Tiger, I don't think there's any issue from your side. So it might be a South African network thing. I'm not sure, but
yeah.
as long as you guys can hear me all right for the time being, that'll be that's great.
You sound great.
Yeah, it's okay, Richard. We can hear you fine.
That's perfect.
Morning, Richie.
All right.
Tejas.
Good stuff.
Absolutely.
To everyone joining us today, quick reminder, we got a $5,000 challenge account that we're going to be giving away during this session. So please do stay tuned. Make sure that if you want to win this prize that you follow the following steps. Please subscribe to our Instagram handles as well as our Hola Prime TV and Hola Prime Global accounts. Keep on commenting during this live session. And number 3, very, very important, make sure that you link your email to your YouTube bio so we can actually get hold of you with that account information to get you all sorted up and set up, right? So again, winners will be selected live, so please do stay tuned till the end. We generally pick a name during the course of the show and pick a winner around about 6 a.m. Central. But we'll keep you guys informed, so keep those comments coming in, and I hope you guys enjoy the session, right? As always, any questions, guys, don't feel shy to ask to any one of our coaches here. If you want us to look at any of the markets you like to follow that we're not showing, we'll do that as well. So let's try to have a nice interactive session today. And again, enjoy. Is that your screen, James? Cool. Take us away, buddy.
Oh, yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay. Do you want me to start, or do you want to run through your analyses first, Tiger? I thought you had some thoughts on there that you wanted to share.
I was just going to say I did buy stop into the euro dollar, so just kind of took the Asian range, bought the top of it. So yeah, well, just flipping back over here real quick to over here. So yeah, that's not the euro dollar. Let's go find the euro dollar, Tiger. Where's it at? There it is. Yeah, so I was, I basically took 2 o'clock. We had this low after the London Open. The London start was in this area. I was going to buy in this area, but I decided just to throw it a little higher to kind of cover the rest of the Asian session. So, yeah, I did get buy stopped in right there and stop loss below the London low. So we'll see how that works out. I like that pretty good volume coming in. So we shall let her fly. Euro dollar is given not quite a bullish rating. It is still a neutral rating, but it is a +4. So that's close enough, for just taking a few pips off the board. So we shall just let her fly and see how it goes. But as far as my top setups go, I'm just going to copy and paste this over real quick, and we'll just take a look at what I'm watching for the time being. My bullish items, my bearish items. And this is just a kind of a condensed view. It doesn't really show all the fundamental reports themselves, but it just gives everything just a simple number. I mean, obviously the score, 5 or higher is my bullish, -5 or less is my bearish. But it kind of breaks it up into the sentimental analysis, the technical analysis, and then the fundamental analysis or economic score. So, yeah, it's been pretty much the same thing for the past, 3 weeks. Gold's been at the top of my list with a score of an 8. Really good technical score. Obviously, we had that breakout at the start of the week from that pesky, what was it, 3,200 to 3,400 level or whatever it was at the top that had been touched like 3-4 times in the last few months. We finally got the break above and close above on Friday, and so busted through the 3,500 level as well. So yeah, I'm going to see how far it'll go. That's pretty much my top setup, and obviously the fundamental score, the fundamental reports have been going not so much in the U.S. dollar favor of late. So what's the opposite side of that? Gold and silver. So silver was on this list. As I get an alert hit for CAD Swiss. Let's see what CAD Swiss has got. Okay. Stop. I always think I turn off my alert and it keeps going. So yeah, let me see. That was it gets loud. I've got to have it loud so I don't miss it. Let me see. Let me refresh my screen over here. CAD Swiss was giving me a bearish reading. Holy cow, it changed that quick. Looks like it's already fallen off my list to a -4, but either way, let's see. So here's the London range low. So we could potentially here to the south end. London high, London low. Not really digging that price action. I didn't really see any fair value gaps on this. I might end up skipping that for the time being. It's kind of counter trend anyway. If I look at an hourly time frame, kind of slowly but surely going up. So looking at that on a smaller time frame, yeah, I'll probably just skip that one for now. Now that I look at that a little closer, maybe see what happens when it breaks the Asian low. So I'll probably keep more of an eye on that down here. Let it prove itself a little bit. So I'm just going to move my alert down a little lower there. Have it scream at me here in a little while. If and when it gets down there. Just, throw it out a few hours. Yeah, I don't really want to kind of go against the grain, go against the trend at the moment. So I'm just going to let that go. But either way, yeah, just kind of taking a look at some of my alerts. CAD Swiss, dollar yen. This is another one that's on my bearish screen, -5. It did bounce into this 5-minute supply zone that formed way back here. Where did that form? I guess it was further back. Yeah. So way back on, what day is this? Friday. Oh, the 1st. Okay, so that was NFP day, Friday, August 1st. We did have price drop quite a bit, based sideways for a 5-minute candle before continuing, kind of a drop-based drop. You see those blue horizontal lines; those are usually former resistance and former support points. Looking at a daily time frame, there goes dollar yen, y'all. Okay, I'll get you later. So anyway, it looks like it's touched this supply. So what happened? Price came up. Yeah, whipped in nicely. Yeah. Well, that would have been, of course, right before I got up out of bed. So kind of missed that, but we could kind of treat this as a London range as well. We do have the London open down here. That's why the alert went off. So
folks, I'm going to have to log out and log back in again because I've lost visual. So excuse me, I'll be right back.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no problem.
No worries. See you now. Cheers, bud.
No problema. So yeah, I'm just kind of playing around with these opening range breakouts, right? This is still kind of my feeler trades, my tester trades, or my scout trades. Not scalp, but scout, SCOUT, right? My edge obviously lies on the higher time frames, but I'm working on trades. Working out and getting down into some of these lower time frames. So I'm already in that euro dollar, I'm gonna ignore this. I don't really want to double up my risk on the US dollar since I'm already in a euro dollar long. So it was basically a case of whichever one hit first, that's the one I was going to take. Dollar yen is technically a little bit stronger of a signal, so probably probably could go that way, but let's go back out to a 1 hour. Okay, so also 1 hour. It's kind of more of a 1 hour uptrend of over the last 3 days anyway. So same thing. Probably don't really want to fight that trend at the moment.
Nope.
And it's a 5-minute supply, and it's quite a ways away. These supply zones can work far back, but I prefer them to be a little closer to current price action, right? So obviously when I drew that one up, price was down in this area somewhere, but still keep an eye on it. I mean, it did have a couple nice former resistance point bounces, which went right through that zone. And currently it's actually kind of respecting it. So it may run off without me, but that's okay. I just don't want to double up my risk is the only thing. So yeah, we'll just keep an eye on that euro dollar, which seems to be moving quite nicely at the moment.
Nice. So you got into that win today or during the...
I just got into it a few minutes ago, 3:05. 3:05 a.m. my time. Say that again, Richard?
I might. What is your sentiment analysis say on the USD Swiss franc?
Oh yeah, a short. Yeah, that's a short buy. So let me just go back.
Yeah. You were mentioning today, so I kind of feel like I need to go short some to use the Swiss.
Let me do this
trade today. A shorty.
Yeah, a shorty. Yeah, let me just pull it back up real quick because looks like things have changed a little bit just in the last 20 minutes. I'll get an updated list going here. Give me 1 second. Control S. I'll pull up the full view this time. I'll stick it here. So here we go. We now have.
I'm back, folks.
All right. He's back. Okay, so euro dollar is back on the bullish list. Okay,
I'm back.
So it's a very dynamic. So yeah, euro dollar, and then you said dollar Swiss, so it's -6.
Yeah,
currently
-6. So that's pretty strong, right?
Yeah, you've had it just overall over the last month and a half. Adding to the bearish narrative, you got the interest rates, the unemployment numbers, employment numbers, and then the inflation data. You had the CPI that's kind of going in favor of it. Neutral ratings on the PCE, the PPI, and the PMI data, retail sales. That's all given just a neutral rating. But really, there's only 2 items going against the bearish narrative, and that's the seasonality. Seasonality tends to be a little up for the dollar Swiss this month, and then GDP report. So, that's a pretty good one. That's pretty comfortable sell right there. It's not like you have a whole bunch of items going bullish here, but mostly
sell or buy. Maybe if you hold like a bit of a swing trade, maybe, but intraday not that comfortable. But you'll really have to time your entry right area, right? Yeah,
it's daily. It's just been a ton of sideways junk over the last few weeks.
Yeah, it looks horrible.
But as far as the dollar Swiss, I was just looking for a little bit more of a premium. I mean, on a 1 hour time frame, we did have that Friday candle from the PCE report. Or that's not the PCE report. I'm sorry. That's the Jerome Powell speech candle, I believe it was. Yeah, Friday the 22nd. I think that was Jerome Powell's speech. So price had come up and touched the bottom part or the proximal line of that supply zone, pretty much the wick that formed, and then dropped beautifully. So that right there was a good drop on that supply hit. If I refine it down to a 30-minute though, we're still looking at that 30-minute candle that hasn't not been touched. So obviously that's a green candle. It just looks red because I got my order block tool on. But just kind of keep an eye on that green candle there. Got an alert set below that so that we can monitor whenever price jumps up into the air. So heck, we're not too awful far away. About what, 25 pips or so. So yeah, that's probably where I'd be interested in selling it.
Yeah, good day, Tanil.
Just need a little bit. Good morning, Tanil. Good morning, Nev, Starboy.
Downward sloping trend line. I've also got a channel line there. slightly higher up that it's also reached. But we'll look at my charts a little bit later.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's true.
I just wanted to
Yeah,
get your
that
thoughts
is.
on what your sentiment says on the US dollar Swiss.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, minus
Which
six
you
at the moment.
provided,
That
so
wick
thank you very much, sir.
rejected hard off that trend line too. That nice big beautiful wick. Big beautiful wick. So we'll see how that works. I may take a I may keep a closer eye on this on a smaller time frame, see if we can get any types of supplies. I mean, we do have a former resistance point going right through this area here, but it doesn't really look like a supply zone. I mean, you could kind of call this a supply, but not really, because the next candle didn't even break the bottom of it. So the leg out candle was 2 candles after the basing candle. If that leg out candle would have been right here, yeah, I'd have been more interested in that, but it just kind of lollygagged. So probably not too interested in that at the moment. I mean, you kind of got this little trend line here. It's trying to bust through as well. So we'll see. I drew that ugly, but anyway, you get the point. But yeah, I'm in euro dollar, so I'm not going to force any of these other ones at the moment. Let's see, dollar yen, Aussie dollar was another one. So let's see here. Yeah, I was looking at a few price points here. I was looking at this one on a 30-minute demand. I do like how my RSI was oversold on that, oversold on this one here, and oversold on this one. So first stab where that alert said, again, that's a 30-minute. Or no, I guess that was a 15-minute. Yeah, 15-minute right here. So pretty good volume coming out, pretty good jump up. Got manipulation right here. Retail traders are stuck. They don't know. They're getting confused. So they're creating liquidity on both sides. So stop losses down in this area here. If we could see the banks drop it through, collect those stop loss orders. Opposite of a buy is a sell. They need sell orders to fill their buy orders. Drop in to the zone, collect some more unfilled orders, and go off to the races. That's kind of what I would like to see in El Mundo del Tigre, which obviously they don't care what I think, right? Or want.
Yeah,
That's what I would
seems
like
be
to
the
see.
same thing for me. They don't really care
Yeah.
whatsoever. By the way, guys, we got a little bit of a poll going on there in the chat. So, guys that's watching, please do participate. Share your thoughts. The question for today is, the markets are just waking up. What kind of mood do you think it's in today? Is it sipping coffee, slow and steady start, over caffeine, ready to skyrocket, half asleep, moving like a snail, or a moody teen, totally unpredictable? I'm in that phase at the moment with my teens, totally unpredictable, taking chances and
Get my
testing my
caffeine
patience.
roll.
Yeah.
Well, I know that I'm
Moody
in
teen,
a
I
good
go
mood.
with.
Yeah, yeah. I actually got me quite a bit of sleep yesterday, Richard, after our stream. I wasn't up but about another hour longer, and I got 7 hours of sleep. So getting a little better about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I
I
didn't
think
have
I
any
got
sleep,
another-
really.
Folks,
just
I'm
sitting
long the
on-
Aussie dollar, 65.27, just to let you know, I've taken a
Nice.
trade.
Oh,
Long on the Aussie,
Okay.
6527.
Take us through it quick.
Yeah.
Take us through it.
All right, yeah. Flip over your chart if you want. Want to show us what you got there? Did you want to flip to your chart? Show us what you got?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, back in. Let's
Well,
flip
actually,
on
Tiger,
over
don't
to-
worry about that. That's okay. Let's stick on your charts. Let's stick on your chart, Tiger, because it's exactly what I have. Except I'm not expecting the dip down. I've just taken the break. So just at the breakout, just prior to the current price. Yeah.
breakout of the.
I like
Asian-
the clear out down below that range, Tiger. Like you were talking about that clear out at the bottom of the range. Big bull flag, fake break down below, where you've got your arrow drawn at the top of that
Yeah,
move.
right here.
I think that was the break already. I think that was the breakdown, and it rejected, didn't get down to the order block. I might be wrong,
So
of course,
this,
but I've gone long. on the break.
A good example of that fun little, where was that at? That fun little tool that you showed us. Kind of like
Oh yeah,
your megaphone pad.
Yeah.
There you go. I'll tell you what, you showed me that because I love that tool. Yeah, I was
The megaphone.
that's good.
There you go.
Just trying to channel.
Well, yeah, oh, that's good stuff. I really like that. No, that's understandable. Yeah, breaking through all this junk here since what, the crossover, the London New York crossover yesterday. I love just having the sessions bar on here. Orange is London, green is New York, and then the yellow is the crossover, and then the Asian. This, to me, it's just easier to see which session is which. So no, that's a great breakout opportunity there. Will you put a stop loss under the London low or a little higher up?
Yeah, I have it. I will just put it straight under there, under the spike down at the bottom. Just
the London
a few
low.
candles back. Yeah, just under there. I
Yeah.
haven't done that yet. I'm going to do that right now. But while you're busy with that, and what I actually goes for the Canadian dollar and even the South African rand, strangely, is that these commodities will benefit a lot from high gold prices, platinum, uranium, all that sort of thing. Those countries, well, not so much New Zealand, they don't have much, do they? Let's say Australia, South Africa, and Canada. And then Russia and China and Ukraine are in that mix as well. But they're so unpredictable, it's not worth considering those. But I think, like, for example, the Aussie dollar has got a real opportunity to get all the way up to 0.7 and probably 0.71 or 0.72. And when these cycles take off like they have done, it's metals, it's softs and grains, soya, wheat, cotton, corn, all trying to find a bottom and move up. That will all benefit countries like Australia and Canada, Ukraine, actually, strangely enough. So watch for all those currencies to move up. And when we see the commodity rallies, we will see, every time we see those currencies move higher. And the top for the Aussie is about 0.7 to 0.72. That's the top of its year range. So I think head up there and then look to go short once the dollar sort of changes direction. I've got a slightly different opinion on you to the dollar, but we'll cover that a bit later. I'll talk about my trades on the sticky note here. But that's okay. We're all in it's the same market. We all have different strategies and approaches, right? And my sticky note, that's my strategy. So we'll talk about that a bit later on. Yeah. You can't write on a sticky note. It's not a very good strategy. That's what I think.
So what is your say? The dollar is not dead like everyone said.
Yeah,
keeps on
for sure.
Yeah, off the dollar.
Absolutely.
Can't see that happen.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty well neutral on it. Not too high, not too low on it. But no, I like your setup though, because that's the exact same thing I did on the euro dollar. Really a take your pick, because I was with that, and the Aussie dollar and the euro dollar are both given the same bullish vibe, right? So yeah, I'm looking at both, like which one do I want? I hit first, I'll just take it. So good stuff. What else did I keep an eye on here? On some of these alerts, I've got some. I guess I got some old alerts on here. I've got to check out. Yeah, pound Swiss. It's not on my list anymore, but things can change pretty quick sometimes. I still got a couple supply zones up here waiting on it. High on the curve, which I like. Downtrend from this point down. So I would kind of like to see a price move up here. Now that probably won't happen anytime soon because it's so far away, pound Swiss. But still keeping an eye on that supply up here. Again, this swing point low to swing point high, top 33rd of the map, the Hungarian flag, right? The red part of the flag. So still keeping an eye on that zone up here. Bitcoin. Yeah, Bitcoin is given a bearish rating, but I don't, we've probably beat this like a dead horse. Don't really have a whole lot of interest in shorting Bitcoin. but it is technically in a downtrend. Yeah, I just didn't really see anything I liked shorting, so skipping that. Germany, they have bearish rating. Yeah, it's kind of ran away from this supply area that I was looking at initially. So I probably want to see some new lows thing. Give me some new lows and then come up and find us for a possible sell. If I sell an index, which I just really gold, silver, indices, Bitcoin. I just don't really have a whole lot of interest in selling something that pretty much goes up. So let's see here. We had Jap, Japan. Where was that alert on here? Down here, still got the little demand down on a 30-minute. So just like a lot of these, running away from a lot of my zones. So we have to reevaluate some of these. That one's not even on my list anymore. So just kind of pushing it off to the side. Soil fell off, but it did actually bounce into that 4 hour, but not really too interested in shorting it since it's kind of went back to a new. Yeah, still keeping an eye on a supply way up here, way up there. It ain't going to get there anytime. So I think they got to bounce off this supply, even though it kind of fell off my radar. I mean, it went 1-to-1. It's not like it was a giant thing, but we see that thing roll over. We got on 30-minute. I'm just curious. See if we have any zones here. And 10. And nothing too crazy. Yeah, nothing too crazy. Just gonna ignore. It's still nice to see some of these zones hit. I mean, even if they're off my list. Pound dollar, very similar to euro dollar. Dollar's not officially on my list. It's just 1 or 2 points in the new story, but I'm still kind of keeping a 4 hour demand cleared ways away. It was also an oversold unit formed as well, so I do like that. 1 hour, got this 1 hour supply here. Didn't really fall too much into the oversold territory. It's actually at the top, so probably going to ignore that. I'm going to delete it so I don't get tricked into flirting with me. So yeah, I just need to see it kind of go back up and form some new highs. The Nikkei, it's given me a bearish score, so I am keeping an eye on this 4 hour zone here. Or no, I guess that's a 2 hour. Yeah, 2 hour. This 2 hour supply here. I do like this one because it's trending down. The little ghost is trending down. And on my swing low to swing high, supply zone is in the top third. So that's in the premium zone. Selling the premium. So I like that. Zone formed, created some new low points from here. So that's going to be one of my favorite ones to keep an eye on. I'm just waiting for it to come up and tag it so I can short it like that. But yeah, sell over value. What's my master pattern look like on that? Okay. 30 minutes. Okay. So yeah, as far as fair value, right, fair value area. So if I can set fair value, I'm selling above value. So that's another, if you will. So yeah, I definitely like that one. It's probably one of my favorite at the moment. Potential bearish setups. It's an index. It's kind of slim pickings, man. It's just been a few days has been tough for me. Yesterday was really tough. Ever since we had that, what was that report, Richard, that came out yesterday? The unemployment number. Yeah, whenever that thing came out,
20% or something.
it just yeah. So it's technically an older event, but it kind of acted like an older event. Yeah, they had a previous number, just 1.4 thousand. They forecasted 14,000, but it was actually 2,000. So big ugly number for the euro, and it just screwed everything up. It just messed everything up. So yeah, I'm kind of in a little bit of a tizzy yesterday on session.
Yeah.
But yeah, things are shaping out a little bit better. So I do like that. And then later today, what is today? Wednesday. Governor Bull Flapper Lips for the Royal Bank of Australia at 4 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Get the readout of that a little while after, but then, yeah, British Pound policy report hearing, blah, blah, blah. 10 a.m. Jolt's job opening. So that's obviously a pocket item for at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. So maybe we can get it out, get some trades before everything goes crazy later. But yeah, so Nikkei, that's that one. Euro Swiss. Yeah, a lot of wicks, a lot of ugly price action here. I don't really care for that. Aussie dollar, we already went through. James is in that one. CAD yen. I think that was given me. I need to include my neutrals real quick over here. CAD yen. Yeah, I know that was giving me a. Oh, yeah. So that's neutral -1. So it's another one I'm going to ignore. Although I do have a beautiful supply zone up here. Beautiful supply zone on a, was that a 1 hour? So that's going to be the NFP candle from August 1st. So let's see. Yeah, it might be a little bit of a counter trend trade, obviously. So I don't know. We had some good volume out of that NFP candle, that's for sure. As far as the volume spread, I mean, that those were some pretty strong candles that formed during lip flapping sessions. So might be a point of interest, but we'll see. We'll see. Let's see. I just have a handful more. Dollar Swiss. Yeah, I already went over that. Euro dollar. That's the trade I'm in. Looking okay at the moment. Pulling back a little bit. And then silver. Silver is a neutral score of a 3. So far away. Should be right there with gold. Pretty high up. I am not on a 4-hour demand here. I do wish that demand more undersold when it wasn't. So I'm probably going to turn my attention to this 4-hour demand, which is also inside of daily demand. The confluence I like to see. Be there. Let me turn my. There we go. So my tool spitting that daily demand zone. So I put the. I always put the rectangles around or higher supply and demand zones, just so that I, higher time frame. And anything for us, I call it green, just so I know what's set up. So I'm actually going to do this. I'm going to delete that demand here. Delete those smaller ones, but I'm going to move my alert just ahead of the 4-hour zone within that daily, because I think that's going to be my new point of interest. I wasn't paying attention when I created that, seeing how it was pretty from the value scale when it was created. So probably just going to ignore that and put my projection tool down here on that 4-hour demand. That's more like it. Yeah, that's more like it. We do have another one under that, but I'll just get rid of that smaller. Hour within a daily, probably my favorite setup for silver. So long as we get another 2 of added to my neutral, flip it back to the bullish side. I'd like to see gold. Yeah, I'm not really too excited about a lot of that in the moment. 1 hour. 30 minutes. Yeah, I just needed I need more information on. I mean, I have a clear setup on silver, but I just don't have a clear one on gold with the way I trade. So I think that's it, boys. I'm just monitoring this euro dollar that I've got set up at the moment. See if we can get a pullback, get another round up, another push up. We'll see what you fellas got going on. So that's pretty well it, my friend. James, do you want to show us what your secret sauce is?
Yeah,
Secrets.
yeah, sure.
He's got
Um,
secret sources
secrets
pasted
to the
all over
universe.
the P&L on the top there. All these positions he's in.
I'll rely on Richard's guidance in terms of timing. So, Richard, please just interrupt or let us know when we've got a break and all that sort of thing. And
Yeah,
because I can't see
believe
my
me,
screen, unfortunately, so I've got no visual, so I don't know who's doing what, except I'm assuming my chart's on the screen. I think it
okay,
is.
so we
Yeah.
see
So, is that correct?
yes as well.
Yeah, yeah,
Just
yeah.
go
You're
through
on
the
there.
thing,
Yeah, I'll do.
and we'll see it anyway, so that's cool.
Yeah,
We
we
All
see
right.
only
it.
do
And I
that
also
if
can't
we've got
hear you
15
very
minutes
well.
time, so we got 15 minutes that you can do your thing with.
Okay,
That's okay.
perfect. All right, so I think the easiest way is just to go through my little sticky note here, 3rd of September, and you'll see it's on already.
Nice.
All right, microphone wasn't on. Okay. So I've got my sticky note here. I think the easiest way is just to go through my sticky note, and I've got ideas to what everyone's been talking about so far, but that's okay. Have different ideas. That's what makes a market, and we won't always be in the same direction. So my idea is that after the pound sold off yesterday and the gilt sold off, that we may have a change in direction on the US dollar against the other majors. Not only for that reason, but there are other things that have occurred over the last week or so. And also the technical structures on the chart seem to indicate that we may have found a base on the dollar. So I'm actually looking to buy the dollar, not sell the dollar. And that only changed yesterday. So up until yesterday, I was a dollar bear, up into the sort of low 90s. We only got into the mid 90s, and we're starting to find a base on the dollar. So let's have a look at that maybe and see what the dollar looks like and why my hypothesis is so. And let's get dollar index. And I'll just ask for your confirmation that the chart is changing as I can't
Yeah.
see the screen.
So
If you could
Yeah,
just
we see.
yeah. Okay, awesome. All right, so this is the dollar index, and let me zoom out. We've got a big megaphone pattern, and this is drawn with that tool, as you were pointing out, Tiger. This large megaphone on the DXY daily chart.
Favorite.
And I thought we might get down to the bottom of the megaphone, and normally with megaphones, one does go down to the bottom, or once the begun to form.
Right.
And normally we'll sort of revisit each area. At some point, these megaphones obviously break out where normally a megaphone's so if it's at the top of a move, you'd expect it to move down. Not always though, and sometimes the megaphone is actually a pattern. I just change on the dollar. I don't think we're going up or down, and we're probably being, I don't know, 110 or 95 for the next foreseeable thing. The dollars beyond this level where I've got the green. If we do get there, probably not so. For all bears out there, and recently, I don't think we're going to get that far, unfortunately. And the reason for that is because of what happened yesterday. And the big question is, if the dollar is going to sell off, what's it going to sell off again? Better than the US dollar in terms of Fed currency. We can go through all of it, and many that are better than the dollar, in my opinion. And there's just fluctuation and competition between these currencies as they kind of wallow around in the mire. Digital currencies take over, and the fiat currencies become less significant. But the dollar could support into dollars and continue to be so. So looking to buy the dollar, therefore changes. This is the dollar day chart, the dollar index. We did try, we were sort of heading down to the megaphone bottom en route, but we never got past this red line. We did try, and we bounced back. Let's zoom in there and have a close, and you can see how good's here after that clear out down through the bottom. Strong. That big index yesterday was because of the pound stuff, and it swung view on currencies towards the dollar side, and because the pound started it all off, I think this is where we've got to swing again against. So my idea is short the dollar forward for the next month towards the end of the year. Be looking to sell. I don't mess around too the minor currencies and the crosses. They trade technically not as well as the majors like the euro and the pound, the Aussie, even the CAD. But when you move into the very minor currencies and the fringe crosses, there's very low volume, and most of those trades are not guided by technical patterns on charts, but rather central banks and institutions moving money around, and corporations for international monetary business transfers. So most of the time on currency charts in general, people are not looking at the chart when they're placing these large transfers between countries, between banks, between companies, corporations. They don't care what the price is. They've got to send some money from the dollar to the pound or whatever. Someone's buying some AI software in London. They send some dollars over. They don't care what the price is generally. They just need to do the business. So a lot of currency charts just sort of illustrate a lot of randomness, and that's why you see fairly ranged markets overall. They don't trend, they're not up or down overall, they're just kind of sideways. As you can see from this pound chart, we range roughly between $1.80 to the pound, and at the extreme, when the exchequer as a thing, this is what parity against the dollar. This was because of all of that going on, almost destroyed the British financial system in the process, and the entire pension, which is what England relies upon, because everyone's really old in England. So you can't pension fund system, and that's what happened over there. What are we going to do? On the pound, I think we've got to sell into rallies, and I pointed out yesterday in the stream that very clean candle here on the pound, clean top, double top, and we've got a clean bottom. So the easiest thing to do is just draw from the bottom of the candle to the top and look for halfway. You don't even need a fib, you can just look for halfway, and that's at 4.4. I'm going to call it 34.50. Okay, let's get rid of this, and I'm going to put a line at 34.50, and when the price gets there today, which it may do, I'll be looking for sell signal sync line on the pound. That's my strategy on the pound. We haven't got there yet. We may not even get there. If we falter before we get that line, maybe at 38% or even 25%, which is kind of where we are now, and we see a sell signal on the 5-minute or the 3-minute chart, or even the 15, I'll be looking to sell against the US dollar for a big move down, actually. And if the dollar has based right now, then the pound has topped, and that means we could get all into these much deeper ranges. Yeah, we've broken out through the top on the pound out of this range, but remember the dollar through the bottom of its range and it's trying to find support and head back up. Don't be worried about that. A similar to the dollar, a megaphone pattern if you zoom. So strategy on the pound, to sell the pound, and at the same time I want to sell the dollar. Sort of counterintuitive, because we're selling pound against the dollar, buying the dollar against or selling the dollar against the Japanese yen. So buying the dollar in one hand, selling it against there, which means the pound yen should move down. So I'm looking at shorts here, short on outside trading, and then I'm also long on the Swiss franc. Dollar, we're talking about this, you guys are talking about this, looking for shorts here. In line with the idea that the dollar has maybe now based, we should look to buy the dollar against all the major pairs, including the dollar Swiss franc. This is a tricky one because this is a safe play currency. That's why it's heading down, dumping dollars for the safer currency, the Swiss franc. But we've gone down so far. Yeah.
The US dollar Swiss franc, if you don't mind. When you say going up, are you expecting this over like a week, a month? Because when I'm saying maybe short, I'm talking doing a quick day trade. What type of
sure
expectation or trading style past that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. No, you're right, Richard. Yeah, I'm talking about a longer term swing. Of course, there'll be chances to day trade in between, to swing it either way, for sure. And you might actually be right today, Richard. I think probably We've got a lot more messing around to do in this region, even if it is going to take off. So it could be that we've got to dip down.
Much messing around at the moment, right? Up and down, up and down, up and
Yeah,
down.
yeah.
Yeah, I could very
So
easily see that
what we can
happen.
do here,
Because like I said, on dollar Swiss, dollar yen, I mean, I was getting really strong readings on the fundamentals last week. I think they were up at what was it, Richard? Like -15, -13, and they've come all the way back to just simply -5 now. So yeah, it feels like it's just kind of back around ever so slightly. So yeah, I definitely see that as a longer term play.
yeah, I think the dollar may have flip-flopped. What's interesting on this pair is that we have a little sort of bull flag. It's a little bit too long. We don't want them to go on for much longer than the launch into the flag. So how many candles that took us, the launch into the flag should be roughly the same number of candles in the flag for the best pattern. This is a bit too long. But what I do like about it is that we are holding the channel center line and sort of where we have. I mean, we bounced off it. We kind of probed down below it. And we've also bounced above this red line. There's a 50-day moving average here on the dollar Swiss, the Swissy. And we're approaching or trying to get through the 20 here, the green line just above us. So we're trying to get through the top of this flag. And if we do, I'll be looking to add some more. I've got a trade on, which I'll show you shortly. But for something like this, there's the 100-day moving average, which is going to be a problem. And there's a previous swing high. So something like up into the 100, back down to the flag, maybe even into it. Be careful of those probes back in to the patterns that mess us about so much, because all the retail traders are looking to buy here. And then, of course, the market doesn't stop there. It'll sort of trickle in here and try and clean out that zone. But wherever it goes, that's the sort of thing I'll be looking for on the dollar Swiss. We're long already, and I've just taken a day trade on this, which may falter. I've got stop losses in place. I'm going to show you those trades right now. In fact, let's go straight to that platform. And I've just got myself a brand new GUI trade account, $100,000. I took a GUI trade account. So I don't know why it's called GUI trade, but anyway.
I love just saying.
So I took a couple of trades. Anyway, it's not a platform I'm used to, but I think I'm kind of getting into it now. I've made $265. I traded it for the first time yesterday. Looks like we've just been stopped out on a trade, the pound. Okay, we'll come back to that. So we had made $265. It's now $241, and these are the trades that I've taken variously over the last day. Quite a lot, as you can see. When I day trade, I really get into it. So that's one day's trades for about $200. So we have some positions on again. I've just been stopped out for a 24 pip lot. We've got a buy Aussie, which we just talked about, the euro yen I'll come back to now. And then also on oil. We'll take oil in a minute. But seeing as we're in currencies today, let's keep on that for a while and go to the euro yen. And my general hypothesis is that even though I may, I'm not convinced that it is going to be a gain. I'm still in mind, and sort of half this is kind of the route that we're going to take on with a crowning pattern forming at this big zone here, and with the potential for further Bank of Japan and the Bank of America, but the Bank of America into currency. And there's always that sort of threat in terms of the majority of the US bonds Japan has problems within that. Their population stand inflation, and so they have to manage that expectation, and they have a very low interest rate, almost zero, so that's a problem in itself. So this is a very precarious currency pair overall, and it has been for a long time, but it actually belongs back down in the sort of 120 region, which is where I've been trading it for over 30 years, and we're now in the 150 region. So it really just should come back to where it belongs. and I think eventually we will get back there. So, but this has just been a horrible pair to trade.
Go back where you belong.
Go back where you belong.
Yeah, that song. Get back. Yeah. That's the
James,
song.
we
Yeah.
can jump into the
So
charts,
that's what I
and,
think on that pair.
I think we need to switch over to Coach Tiger. He's going to bring us the news quickly. And then we'll just switch back to your charts right after that. Coach Tiger, take us away. To all our viewers, we'll be back very shortly. We're just sending over the mic to Coach Tiger for the news.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right, Forex Fire crew, stoke the flames, get those charts ready, because the market yesterday decided to throw a full-blown tantrum, and we're here to make sense of the aftermath. It's your host, Tiger, and we are diving into the economic data that had traders everywhere reaching for the panic button. So grab your favorite trading fuel, and let's break it all down. Well, if it isn't the U.S. dollar showing up to the party fashionably late, but dressed to impress in its best safe haven attire. The greenback decided it was tired of being the wallflower and gathered some serious strength on Tuesday, with the Dixie gaining over 0.6% as global bond markets decided to stage a massive sell-off. It was like a fire sale on debt, and everyone was invited. This triggered a classic flight to safety, meaning investors ran towards the dollar like it was the last lifeboat on the Titanic. Yields on long-dated bonds rallied higher, which is normally a serious snooze fest topic, but yesterday it caused equity indexes to get absolutely clobbered. So the dollar's sitting pretty, sitting around the 98.5 level this morning, looking very pleased with itself while the rest of the market nurses its hangover. And in the things that make you go, category, gold said, hold my beer, and decided to completely steal the show. While everyone was running for the dollar, the shiny yellow metal was having its own coming out party, soaring more than 1.5% to smash through another all-time high, touching $3,547 per troy ounce. That's right. Gold's out here setting records while the rest of us are still trying to figure out what to have for lunch. It seems like the perfect storm of Fed rate cut bets, global uncertainty, and just a general the world is a weird place vibe has made gold the ultimate superstar. It's currently consolidating around the 35.30 level, probably just catching its breath before it tries to break towards the $3,600 mark. Now let's take a quick trip around the world, because the drama wasn't just contained to the U.S. Over in Australia, the economy actually showed some muscle, with the Q2 gross domestic product expanding at an annual rate of 1.8%, which was better than expected. You'd think that would give the Aussie dollar a high five, but nah. Aussie dollar, US dollar pair still struggling to get back above the 0.652 level. It's like showing up to a party with a great gift, but everyone is already too busy watching the gold and dollar show to notice. Meanwhile, over in Japan, Bank of Japan Governor Kazuo Ueda was out there giving a masterclass and saying a whole lot of nothing. He stated there's no change in stance on raising rates and that they'll just, keep watching stuff. Riveting stuff, I know. This lack of urgency kept the yen on the back foot, with the USD JPY pair climbing back towards the 149 handle. It seems the yen is stuck between a rock and a hard place, with domestic political uncertainty and the Bank of Japan's cautious approach, making it the least popular kid in the currency schoolyard. Over in Europe, the euro and the pound were both feeling the heat from soaring bond yields. The UK 30-year gilt yield surged to its highest level since 1998. That's before some of you viewers were even born. Okay, this has sparked a major concern about the UK's fiscal outlook, and the British pound US dollar currency pair fell more than 1%, getting pummeled down toward the 1.335 level. Moving over to the euro USD currency pair, it didn't fare much better, dropping below the 1.165 level. Seems everyone in Europe is suddenly very worried about how much debt everyone has. Who could have seen that coming? And we can't forget oil, which continues its own personal saga of despair. WTI crude drifted lower near the $65.10 per barrel level, weighed down by a stronger dollar and fears that Trump's doubled tariffs on Indian exports will slow global trade. It's like oil is stuck in a bad relationship with demand fears, and it just can't break up. Technically, though, it does remain in a bearish trend below a key moving average, so the black gold is looking for a catalyst to turn its frown upside down. So what's on the docket today that could add some more spice to this already volatile stew? Well, we've got a triple feature of U.S. data: JOLTS, job openings, and factory orders for July, followed by the Federal Reserve's beige book this afternoon. This will be scrutinized like the latest celebrity gossip as everyone tries to get a read on the Fed's next move. The market is now pricing in a whopping 91% chance of a rate cut in September. So any hints from the beige book or from Fed speakers could really shake the trees. So there you have it, folks. A truly wild session that had a little bit of everything: record highs, on-market meltdowns, and a dollar that decided to flex. So remember, in this market, the only constant is change, and it pays to be on your toes. Let's have a great stream, find some more opportunities. And then finally, just a quick timing of the reports or of the releases today. RBA, Royal Bank of Australia, Governor Bullock's going to be flapping her lips at 4 a.m. New York City time. That's Eastern Standard Time. That's, of course, the Aussie speech. 9:15 a.m. is the British Pound's Red Folder event for monetary policy report hearings. That sounds like a snooze fest to me, but we'll definitely see what that's got in store for us. And then finally, the JOLTS job openings, aforementioned, that'll be at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, where they do have a previous number of 7.44 million job openings. They are projected to be slightly less this time at 7.38 million. So there you have it. That's a little bit on the economic calendar today. Back to you guys.
Good stuff,
Hey,
Tiger.
yo.
Thank you very much. Good job. Good
Well,
job.
show.
Thank you, Tiger.
You bet.
I was very interested, Tiger, in your comments on the Japanese yen and also the JOLTS jobs report today. The JOLTS job report in recent years, I think the last couple of years, 2-3 years, really since COVID, has become pretty important. And we've got the JOLTS job report today. We've got unemployment claims tomorrow, and we've got the non-farm payrolls on Friday, all leading up into the 17th, which is when the Fed announces their interest rate decision and takes questions from the press and so on. So these next 3 days in terms of jobs are going to be super, super important. And considering that the jobs number and the inflation number, those two numbers are the numbers that the Fed claims to look at in order to make their decisions, I think this is going to be a big week. Yeah.
Big week. Correct. Yeah. Yeah, this will flip everything on its head going into Monday, huh? Potentially.
Yeah, for sure. So we can carry on going through my sticky note, and let's just reset on this. So I'll just read through it. So my notes are: sell the pound around about 34.50, 1.3450. We'll have a look at the chart shortly. That's the 50% retracement level that I spoke about after the sell-off yesterday. Let's go. Okay, we've got my charts. That's great. So let me quickly show you what that looks like here.
Can you see it now?
We've just covered this. All right. So there's the pound day chart. And that pink line in the center is at 1.3450. That's halfway back up this red candle. And I'm going to be looking to sell the pound. I've already had one attempt here, a little bit lower down, which just got stopped out for 24 pips a short while ago. The back end can update that ticker at the top there. So we'll have another go if we get to the pink line, and I think we might do that. We're moving up quite sharply. And then the next one was to buy the dollar Swiss. at 8040, and we just talked about that too. Let's go back to that chart, and I have a trade on this already, and I'm looking for this sort of path. I'm hoping, now remember, we can combine a day trade here and a swing trade. My swing trade position is already in. I'm long from near the channel center line. I'm looking for a move out of the channel and a continued. This is a dollar long play. I've just said that I think the dollar might have found a base, and this is in line with that. So, but bear in mind that the Swiss franc is a safe haven play too, and depending on, but so is the dollar. So, is the dollar safer than the Swiss franc or not? Normally not, but in this case, perhaps it is. The US is a very long way from Ukraine and Israel, and Switzerland is not. So that's just one thing, for example. So a breakout through here would be great, but I'm long already on a day trade. The day trade might just take me to the top of the channel or to the 100-day moving average just up here. So we're long at 1.8040, and the 100 period moving average is 0.8123. That's about 80 pips above us, which is quite a long way for the dollar Swiss to move. It doesn't move as dramatically as that. Let's have a look at the 15-minute chart at the same sort of zone. And you can see that Tiger was pointing this out shortly, just a while back. I think you're still in this trade, are you, Tiger? Short from the top of the channel there.
No, I didn't get into that one because I was already in a dollar base.
Okay.
James, I just want to ask you something about the dollar Swiss franc there, because I've been looking at different data providers as well. And if you look left to there where the C is on your chart, the chart it says USD CHF, just above it, right?
Yeah.
Now that little high there, then you get that drop afterwards into the F, right? On multiple charts, different obviously providers, that drop is way shallower on some, where is quite deep on others. There's a data issue there somewhere. Now, if you go look at GUI trade, at the US dollar Swiss franc as well, keep it on the 15 or the 5-minute. There's a lot of data missing there. So, with me doing market geometry, I quickly picked this up because I would take, for example, a pitchfork from that swing that leads up to the U. So way left there where it touched the blue line, to that high and down again, 3 anchor points. And that high that just came in, when was this, yesterday or was that today? Yeah, it's actually today. Actually just beautifully touched an upper median line of a pitchfork. And that's typically a resistance area for me with market geometry. But that's if I perform market geometry on the one chart. And as soon as I try to replicate that on a, let's say on GUI trade, which probably gets the data from, a different provider, because that swing is not that deep on there, it doesn't even reach the upper median line. So there's definitely a discrepancy in data here on the US dollar Swiss franc between different data providers, which is a little bit worrying for me.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to do a quick short on the US dollar Swiss franc, and as soon as I noticed that, it's like, am I actually seeing what I'm seeing, or I don't know. Are you guys seeing something like that? There's something's going on there.
It's that little, and there's a gap there as well, Richard, right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's the area that you're talking about. I think.
Got the high from that swing that you marked there at around about, what is it, 0.8054, and the bottom of that swing, and this is a chart I'd done my market geometry on first, is 0.8032.
5-4.
Yeah.
No, to the left here, to the left, after that gap. So I'm talking about that drop. Now, if you go have a look on I think it's, yeah. But in any case, I'll show you later. I'm sorry.
3-3,
I wanted to cross-reference it with you guys because there's something's going on there.
Yeah, I see. It looks like about.
Yeah.
Looks like it's missed about 5 pips of info.
Interestingly, we've dropped back down to precisely the bottom of that little gap right now and trying to bounce. I want to get long on this. So I might have a go at that right now. Let's just observe this. Let's have a go back to the trading platform and get that chart up here.
Stabby.
Okay. Dollar Swiss. Yeah, so we've got a big rejection at the top there off that trend line, as you pointed out over here. You can see it on the trading view charts. If you look at it on the GUI trader, that's the same high there. This is a 5-minute chart, and here on this is a 15-minute chart here on TradingView. So that's the same point we're looking at towards the top of that channel. And if we go back to the, let's say, 4-hour chart, there it is there. So this is the what I think is a bull flag, and we're trying to get through the top. Let's see how we go. If we go back to the short-term charts, you can see we are actually trying to bounce here. We've got a almost a piercing. I think I'm gonna have a go at this one. I kind of like it. So let's take a small long on the dollar Swiss right here, and I'll put the protective orders in. I'm going to put just 0.1. So 0.1 here. This is a $100,000 account, and I hope I've bought and not sold. Yeah, that's correct. I'll put the stop loss and so on and forth shortly. This is a $100,000 account. I did this yesterday, actually. I put a buy, actually on the same currency. I did that exact same thing. I put a buy, I thought it was a buy order. It was I had to reverse it immediately. But yeah, so this is a $100,000 one-step GUI trade challenge account, which I've got to get to 10% on. That's $110,000, I think. More than 3% on a day, and without losing more than 6% overall. So you might be saying, well, why are you've got $100,000? Why are you only taking a $10,000 trade on each one of these currencies when you could put a full lot in or more? Or you could. I don't normally trade on leverage, and for me to put a whole single lot in, $100,000 ties up my entire capital on one trade. So I prefer to do 10% on multiple different trades and be more active and take more trades and spread my risk across a basket of different instruments with smaller amounts.
Yeah.
So anyway, we've gone long on the dollar Swiss now. We're moving into some profit straight away, as you can see. And I need to put a stop loss in. Now, when you're day trading, it's something I've got to get used to as well, is you've got to have stop losses in place. You can't hedge. You can't really, you've got to stick to very specific and deliberate rules, and minimizing risk is the primary rule when you're prop trading. So we need to put our stop loss quite tight. And that means we may be stopped out quite frequently. If you look at my trade history, you'll see that that's certainly true. Lots of losing trades here. It's not like swing trading. We have a stab at lots and lots of different opportunities, and when they don't work out, we get rid of them immediately and look for something else. So yeah, so we've had to go on the Swiss, but we need to protect this trade. If it goes against us, we need to be out of it immediately, and we'll look for something else. So I'm going to put my stop loss underneath that swing low. It's really, really tight, and that's at 0.8035. Now, normally my natural instinct would be to put the stop loss below this previous swing low, below 80. I'll probably do that to start with, and we'll move it up as we move this trade along. So I'm going to put it at 8015. Let's just do that for now. I could put it at 8025 as well, I suppose. And 0.8015. All right, and then I'm going to put this take profit. Normally I just go for like 50 pips or something like that, all right? And then I'll refine that down. If we happen to just rush up to 50 pips instantly, I'll take that, the profit target will be hit, and I'll take 50 pips. But I'll probably get out of this trade long before 50 pips. It's a slow moving pair, and we're day trading. We're not aiming for a home run here. So there we go. Trade set up. I've got 4 trades on now, long of the Aussie. All of them are losing so far, so you should not do what I'm doing. Aussie long, they'll turn around, I'm sure. Aussie long, Euro, Yen short, dollar Swiss long, and oil, crude oil long. Let's have a look at crude oil, and I'll just finish this off with my crude oil chart just to show you. We can look at that on too. Now, I've just got out of a long-term or longish-term long trade. I'm mostly short on crude oil. That's my general perspective on oil, and has been for about 2 years, and it remains so until the end of this year at least. I think we'll get down to 55, down to the bottom of this channel, and down to 50, and probably just through 50, poking into like 48 probably, and then a big rally back up to 70. So I'm setting up for that sort of move, and I'm looking to short oil. We've been long up until yesterday. We took profit on the longs. We got long at the bottom, took profit up here, and I think we might still move up a little higher into this blob. I'm not convinced of it though, and I think by the way the price action is sort of moving up slightly, holding up. It's looking quite strong. So I think we may get another small leg up, and that's why I've gone long on the GUI trade account. Let's have a look at WTI over here. And this is the GUI trade WTI chart. This is a 5-minute chart, whereas before we were looking at the day chart. This is the day chart, and I think we might move up there and then move down. I don't know. That's why I have exited my long trade. I'm waiting to see what happens. But on a day trading perspective, I think we could get up into that blob, and that's why I think we could buy here. Double bottom, perhaps, 5-minute chart. We've got a low over here, which is probably attractive to the price, 64.20, but we're long from over here. Once again, very tight stop loss. There you can see it right on the chart, just below where we're trading. And I don't excuse me, I don't have a target in mind just yet, but it's probably around 69. And I've put that target in here already, you can't see because it's too small. But at the bottom of this sort of list of trades, I've got my target at 69. Now 69 is miles above us, right up there, and I think the risk reward ratio is about 400. But this is what oil can do. Well, it's quite something like that, isn't it? I don't know. I've got like a 20 cent stop loss at a $4 target or something. And that's the beauty of these sort of things. Once you get into a good day trade, and if it really gets going, and you're a bit of a swing trader as well at the same time in your general approach to the market, you can let these trades run until the end of the day. And if on some days we could get from $65 to $69 in a few hours. And if that happens, I'll take profit at the top. If it doesn't happen, we have to get out of these trades by the end of the day in any event. And we'll see how far we can get and how much we can get out of them. So that's what we've got on. Oh, one more thing while we're here. I also want to get short on, let's go back to this chart.
Sorry, I have to
I went on the dollar Japanese yen. We talked about this on the day chart and this potential pattern forming down like that. And I want to go back to the GUI trader and have a look at this on the 5-minute chart and see if there's a chance for us to get short on this one. Now, this is an interesting chart. I drew this up shortly, a short while ago, whilst the news was on. Thank you, Tiger. Great news. I like your news very much. It's quite funny. And I like the entertainment factor very much. So,
for sure.
Yeah. So this is the dollar yen on the 5-minute chart, and we've got quite a nice, neat little trend line defining this entire range that we're in. So it was a support level for a while, then it became a resistance level for a while, and then it became support, and it still is, even though we peaked down through it over here a little bit. So we're above the line. I want to get short on this, and there's a pretty simple play here, because if this does break the trend line, just getting used to these charts, sorry. How do you zoom? Okay, there we go. So if we do break the trend line, we'll have a trade on our hands, and that's in the direction that I think we should be moving. And we have a setup. So again, I don't know if we can draw arrows. Yes, arrows, can we do them here? Yes, we can. So again, I'll be looking for a breakdown through the line, down to that previous swing low on the left-hand side, which is at about 148.50, and then a bounce out of there, back up to the underside of the line, and then, you can't use these, back up to the underside of the line, hang on, arrow, there we go, some of that, maybe even all the way back up to this point where we're currently trading, and then a move down from there. So I'll set that trade up as well if we get a chance today, and it'll only be triggered on a breakdown through that pretty key and interesting trend line here on the 5-minute chart. Kind of like it. You always, if you ever get these under-over type trend lines, if you're ever so lucky to get them, because they don't occur all that often, although, if you look around, they're around. But if you do get this sort of thing, this line affected from the top and from the bottom on multiple occasions, and therefore it's not an insignificant line, and a breakdown through there will trigger some response from the market. Either a sharp bounce back up again and move on up, and an indignant bounce, or a relief drop, and everyone will go, yeah, that's what we want, that's the way we should be going. Off we go, we all pile in, and we go down towards 120 over time. Or that indignant bounce saying, no, we're not going down below here, we're going up. So one of those two things will happen in the next number of minutes when we get down to that trend line again. Or we might just carry on moving up. In that case, there's no trade.
Okay.
Nice. I vote down.
Yeah.
That's my vote.
Yeah, me too.
Yep.
Good
So, good
stuff.
fundamental.
And that's all I have on currencies. You were talking about the Aussie. I do like this too, actually, Tiger. We had a very strange pattern on this chart, but actually, if you look at it, it's not dissimilar to what we see on the dollar itself. Remember, we had that sort of spike down, heading down. Think of the dollar. It was kind of heading down, and we formed a base, and we had a false breakdown through the bottom. Very similar to the Aussie, pretty well. And we followed that big spike. This dominates the entire chart. This is defining what's happening now. That's a big reversal, piercing pattern candle. And until that low breaks, we're probably moving up. And we're now above most of the moving averages. We've got the 200 above us here on the day chart. Week chart. I keep on doing that. The day chart looks even worse. So this horrible worm sticking out after the disruption of the bottom there. So, but I think it's going to go up, obviously. I mean, this doesn't look bearish at all. This looks incredibly bullish. And I think the target, I've got a green line drawn there, 0.69, currently trading at 0.65. So there's a good 400 pips in this if we trade on here. If we go down to the shorter term charts, let's have a look at the 15. And there we go. So looking pretty constructive on the 15. Very similar again. Clear out range. That clear out we talked about earlier, Tiger, that hit the bottom of that range and now moving up. So as a result of that, I've got a buy position on there, $3 negative at the moment. Hasn't moved, but I think this pattern looks fantastic. Of course, we've got this 200 period moving average above us here on the 15, which is going to take some work to get through. And on the hour chart, we've got a similar problem in that we've got the 20 and the 50, the 50 and the 100 confluence above us. Very powerful resistance zone right there. But below us, we've got the 200-day moving average, and that's 200-hour moving average, and that's holding up well. Big reversal pattern there. That's a very clear hourly reversal. Tweezer bottom, full tweezer bottom bullish reversal candle, and we're moving up. I like this quite a lot, and I think the target for this over the long term is 0.7 to 0.72, which is the top of the range for the Australian dollar against the American dollar. And then we should see that start to fall off later on. But for now, I think we've got a good one. We've got a runner, maybe. It's one of the best plays on the charts today, I think, along with maybe the yen plays. And I'm hoping to sell the British pound if we get that rally back up to the 50% level later on, which I think we might, because the pound is moving up quite firmly and quite vigorously as we're talking. That's the day chart. Let's go to the 4-hour. Nice big bullish candle on the 4-hour. Tweezer bottom again, double bottom. I always call it a tweezer bottom. It's not actually, it's a double bottom. Tweezer candles got to be next to each other. But if you put this on the day chart, it probably is a tweezer bottom. There it is, right there. This is beautiful, and I think the pound is going a lot higher. So that's the line in the sand. That one must not be broken. And if we're going to get long, which we might do again right now, that would be kind of the stop loss. That stop loss is quite a long way below us, so it's at it's about 80 pips below, so that's okay. For day trading, it's not ideal. Obviously, we're looking for more like 5, 10, 15, maybe 20 pips as a stop loss. So you'd have to manage that. But as a swing trade, if we do close today off with a tweezer bottom, I think this is fantastic. And we'll see the pound moving up quite nicely. So that's my plan. And the target for the pound in the long term, I think we could get all the way up to the top Bollinger Band here, and that's at 1.39. Let's call it 1.4, because if we get to 1.3920, as this indicates we might, I think 1.4 is going to be way too irresistible to avoid moving up to that level. So we've got a good one here, a 600 pip swing trade that we're trying to get into today. We'll see how that goes.
Is that to the upside, James? Were you saying to buy into the pound?
Yeah, bullish.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see. Cool.
100%. I think the dollar has I don't, it's difficult. I think the dollar has probably base, but I'm not convinced of it. The way the pound looks, it looks like the pound is trying to base here. I have in view to sell at the pink line. So I'm for a day trade. I'm not confused. I don't want to confuse day trades with swing trades. I think we've got a good long-term swing, maybe a month or two, which that's what I'm aiming to trade. But as a day trade, if we do get up to the pink line, it probably will reject there, and that's the 50% retracement level of this big candle. And if we do reject there and continue to move down from here, and it does look like it's going to, this will move down, and the dollar may have to hang around at slightly lower levels for a while at the sort of current level. But if this does turn out to be a big tweezer bottom reversal, it might help us out, because if we actually get up more than halfway today above the pink line, it will not only be a tweezer bottom, but it will be something like a piercing pattern reversal setup. It all depends on the pink line, and whatever happens there halfway back through this candle will determine how the pound trade, probably for the rest of this week and into next week. And of course, considering we've got all that stuff coming up regarding jobs, starting today, tomorrow, and Friday, and then on the 17th, we've got the interest rates from the FOMC. So it's going to be tricky, and it's going to be fun, and it's going to be violent and messy. And that's what we like, isn't it? I mean, without all that, you can't really trade, can you?
That's right. 2 weeks of awesomeness.
Yeah.
It's our holiday, right?
So,
Traders' holiday.
all right. So, so we'll keep an eye on this. Remember, I'm looking to get trying to trade the dollar Japanese yen short if we get a break and a pull back to the trend line, and then I'm trying to get short on the pound as it. Whoops, no, don't sell it. I'm trying to get into it. Trying to get on the chart. I'm trying to get short on the pound as a day trade, but considering the fact that I think that we may have a dollar rally on our hands that may force all of these down, but the pattern on the pound chart that we saw earlier kind of looks bullish, depending on how we react to the center here, halfway through the bearish candle from yesterday. That will determine the pound's next move, I think. But overall, I think that the pound is probably moving up, and the euro too, and the CAD and the Aussie and all the others against the US dollar for a little bit. And then I think the dollar, if we can find some feet here, let's go back to that dollar index chart and just remind you of this entire hypothesis, which may or may not be sensible. But I think that we've failed to reach the bottom of the megaphone on the dollar index, and that we may try and base here instead. If we don't base here, then we're going down to the bottom of the megaphone, and all the majors will continue to rally. So tricky, yeah. But we can get some good day trades through all of this volatility, I think.
I don't know if you've seen my charts on that, James.
Let's have a look. Sure.
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
Switch on over to my charts, please. Right, so a lot of lines. The dollar index here on a 4-hour, it could be on a daily, doesn't really matter. I just wanted to pinpoint or point out this high that we've seen here on the 1st of August. In my opinion, could have potentially been an A, B, C. Reason being, using market geometry to try to figure out where these zigzags or corrective structures generally end. I like using a shift pitchfork setting. Very often your C waves will terminate at either the upper median line, depending on which angles they move at, or how steep these moves are, or the upper red warning lines, right, which is this line over here. And what I like to do is slope different angles in different directions. Obviously, prior to this move to the upside, it started here on the 1st of July. Pretty weird how it's been starting, you know, a move on the 1st of the month, end a move at the end of the month. But anyway, I simply had a channel going from this low to that high, right? And that's where price pulled into. So this is not after the fact drawn, that was done beforehand. We have then what I would like to do is slope market geometry in the direction of the move to the upside, which I did over here. So on the shift pitchfork setting, this is blue pitchfork I have here. Price hit the upper red warning line there. And yeah, I just drew a line to illustrate the Andrews pitchfork angle. It's just I didn't want to draw another blue pitchfork because it will be too messy on the chart, but I can quickly show you what I mean by that. If I swing that to original, that's also the upper median line of a different angle, right? So we pretty much have three different angles, some sloping down, some sloping to the upside, and obviously a different sort of steepness, if I can say that, all converging right there where price moved into and we had a rejection lower. Now, I'll generally get rid of these pitchforks or just hide them as soon as price starts breaking out of the boundaries of them. Thus far, even during the strong move lower, price has sort of been respecting the center median line and the lower median line of that pitchfork. You see we had a bit of an underthrow here, but we've sort of been, you know, migrating between the center and the lower quite often. Now, you've just mentioned that megaphone pattern on your higher time frame, right? We had during one of these sessions, I mentioned we might have had an ABC that moved into an area here. Quite often when you have price overthrow a region, doesn't mean that angle is dead. I like to draw a line parallel to one of my median lines and project it onto a previous area where it, in this case, overthrown the center median line, and quite often price can revert right back to that overthrown area again. So I thought this was an ABC, and I think we pretty much nailed that because price, boom, came all the way down again. But it stopped right at this low median line and went back to the center median line in almost one fell swoop. I think that's like over a couple of days, right? I'm almost seeing something that you've been seeing here, but on a smaller time frame. Maybe I should thicken that a little bit so it stands out, maybe yellow. And I think this would be quite fitting to see this pattern currently. A little megaphone pattern in itself, potentially. And if you study, you call them megaphone patterns, I call them expanding triangles, a little bit terminology used by your Elliott wave technician dudes. So whether you want to call it a megaphone or expanding triangle, I think we might be seeing that over here. Now, I've been studying triangular patterns for quite some time. I don't know if you've seen my gold chart, sort of correctly thrown that symmetrical triangle pattern idea out about a couple of months ago. But if you do study these patterns, very often the starting point of especially, and I would say especially, expanding triangles or megaphone patterns in itself starts with, to a very high degree, with a little symmetrical triangle to kick it off. So if this is the case, then this move lower might have been something, and now we're seeing, let me just get my Elliott wave triangle Majingi out here, potentially an A wave, potentially a B wave, potentially a C wave, and this was a 3-wave move. D, and now we might be doing this. With this being the first 5 moves up of that E wave, we're seeing potentially a decline that potentially could not take us lower. Then we get another move higher to complete the E wave, and then a decline later on. And you'll very often see these patterns, especially when it comes to very volatile, important type of economic climate. We're talking about the fundamental impacts of these news events is lucky. We got the interest rate decision that's looming, all that sort of stuff, pressure from, the president on Powell to lower those rates. And very often when you deal with situations like that, you get expanding triangles. They're very volatile in nature. They tend to terminate on a whim and change direction without notice. And but when you can spot them, they can be very, very cool to trade. But it's obviously never a good idea to get involved in the middle here, diddling in the middle, like Coach Tiger would say. Obviously not trading the dollar index, but if you trade another currency, obviously when, let's say, the dollar index is gaining strength, you're obviously buying the other currency and selling the US dollar, right? And vice versa, depending on which direction the dollar index might be moving, just purely from a technical perspective. So you want to rather get involved at the extremities, whatever currency pair you decide to trade in. If price then reaches those extremities, then trade it. So that's my view on the dollar index. So there was some really cool market geometry at play at this high over here, where everything came together, price just started moving lower again. But this sideways movement over here, which also looks like a little triangle that kicked it off, I'm thinking we are dealing with some sort of a megaphone pattern that's incomplete. And then maybe another move lower at some stage. Right, so that's my viewpoint on the dollar index. I don't know if you've got any thoughts there, James. Tiger.
I think it makes a lot of sense what you just said. It's just going to be a messy period. And
Exactly.
yesterday, as men, and most of us are sort of engineering minded as men, as opposed to women, who are slightly more, loving and kind and gentle and sensible, nice. But men tend to try and find precise areas on charts. We get very nerded at sort of thing. My wife was saying, why men like doing this? Because they can be secret nerds without being thought of as uncool. So
That's true.
and it's really true. It's so true. We are the biggest nerds in the world. We really are. We are so nerdy.
Sure.
And but it's fun, it's fun being a nerd. But one of the traps of being a nerd is that we tend to look for precise levels on charts. We all do it. That's why when we cook a barbecue, it takes 4 hours of prep and 4 hours of cooking, and everything's got to be laid out just perfectly. And I guess I've just knowing a little bit about you two guys, I guarantee that you're the same as me, obsessive barbecuers, So, and we're the same with our charts. So, I tend to be a little bit more flippant because I don't trust levels. Algorithms abound these days. They whip through levels like they're not even there. And so we have to look at broad sort of themes. And I've traded a long time. I used to trade, my trading has evolved and changed many times over 32 years. That's one of them. Is that I've become less precise. And some people say, well, if you're not precise, you're not a very good trader because you're not trusting your levels, or you're not accurate enough, or you don't understand Fibonacci's properly, or whatever, but that's not true. There's nothing wrong with being a little bit imprecise with trading because these levels are not clear and perfect. But I do like that overall pattern, Richard. I think it aligns with what I've got in mind.
I use it as obviously I'm trying to hypothesize a direction price might be moving towards. Be aware of where, and I'm not using horizontal levels. I'm like using my angular levels, support and resistance. and when price does reach them, and if, hypothesize a path or projection or whatever, and if price then follows that gives me my, a trade idea, rather than actually, I'm going to short on the top here, or I'm going to go long, you know what I mean? So this still is just like the big work of trying to figure out what it might be doing next. I mean, it's what a lot of traders tend to techniques and so forth. I mean, with any analysis. So here, just like you were saying there, it's going to be messy, and that's what I don't want to get on any, let's say, currency pair, for example, maybe on the day trade. Well, price stuck within this maybe expanding range. Again, you can also be seeing things that's not really there often. Quite often, right? You need to also try.
Well, that's what I do, isn't it? We sort of make things up that even there.
make things up that's not really there. That happens a lot too. So sometimes it also helps just walking away, go for a little walk, come back, and put a pair of fresh eyes on your chart, and it's like, hang on, it's like maybe I'm 100%. Seeing something else. Yeah, so very interesting stuff.
That's great. You'll have seen on my.
We are in agreement is that we're going to see some sideways price action here. It's messy, considering all the economic news events that's coming out this week. The interest rate decision, all that sort of stuff, is going to be. It's going to become more volatile. And more messy.
And Rich is absolutely correct. You're talking about sort of setting everything works to patterns, and the markets work in patterns and cycles and that sort of thing. It's just because that's the nature of human beings, and we have these rhythms and cycles, and we try and answer the world by fitting patterns onto what is actually not a pattern, and that's how we get through life. Makes us so we try and remove. It's true. Try and remove randomness out of our thinking, and think that it's constructed in a certain format, and for our own survival and protection. And we do that too. Now, on my chart, quickly, Rich was saying it was super important. On my chart, if you can flip it, you'll notice that I had a big pattern drawn just there for a second. And this is what I thought we would get. We would move down towards the bottom of this megaphone and bounce off there and move up. And that's not a prediction. I want to make very clear that, and a lot of people on X and on YouTube and so on say, what's your prediction? What do you predict is going to do, or the pound or the we predictions because we don't know what we can, possibilities that guide us into the future. And if, like in this example, you'll see that it guided me really, really well, including the assistance of moving averages and things, patterns on trend lines perhaps, has guided me all the way down to the red line. And I had no reason to think that we wouldn't carry on and get to the bottom of the pattern and maybe complete the pattern, or maybe the pattern never even existed and it would just do something completely different. But as long as the pattern's there, and as long as we're following it, I have no reason to change my opinion until something else changes, like it may have done. Right? We've tried to get through the red line multiple times and have failed to do so. And so I need to change my approach to this market. And like Richard was saying, he's got some lines, similar lines drawn on his Dixie chart, different types of lines, but the same idea. And whether the path will follow those patterns or not, we don't know. But we can prepare ourselves for the in case that actually does happen. And if it doesn't, we change our minds. It's a very easy way of looking at the markets. Set a plan, trade it until the plan fails.
It can be difficult for some traders to change their minds because they hate being wrong. And if that is a mindset a lot of traders have, then trading is not for you. I know a lot of guys that I try to help, get into trading and stuff. Hardcore engineers. Nothing wrong being an engineer. Some good traders can be engineers, but I think if you're a bit more of the old school engineering background, it can be difficult to try to accept that you'll probably be wrong more than often. And if you are wrong, then you break your head as to why am I wrong? You want to know the reason. And there might not be a reason, because the reason is simple, because the market's always right. But, engineers might have that mindset. I want to exactly know what went wrong. Why did this not work out? And if they can't accept that, then, it really frustrates them. And probably, they end up throwing in the towel, which is unfortunate. But I've seen it so many times over and over again. Again, like you were saying, James, we got to sort of formulate a plan, right? I'll have a plan A, B, and C. I might draw a lot of lines on my chart. When price is on the far right-hand side of the chart, where you don't have the benefit of hindsight, you can only have an expectation. If price follows that expectation, you act, either with it, or price might be running into support or resistance. Maybe there's a trading idea coming up. And obviously your idea sort of formulates from either fundamental analysis, combination with technical analysis, or what happened in history, right, on a technical sort of basis. So, if you switch back here to my chart, please, and I'll just give you a quick example here on gold, for example. And I think Tiger will probably vouch for this, is that, this sideways gyration that we've seen here on gold, I was pretty much thinking we were dealing with a triangle. But I had to change my mind as to whether it was an ascending or symmetrical triangle quite often. But in the end, there was also a lot of sort of thought process into thinking that some of these swings were a little bit short-lived for one of these internal waves, or legs as we call them, during a triangle formation. And but anyways, in the end, the triangle worked out, and we had liftoff to the upside, right? So for me now, I think the triangle is done, because price broke above this high on this that formed on this 22nd of April. That actually kicked off the sideways symmetrical formation, I would call symmetrical triangle formation, and now it's up back upwards, right? So, where to now is the question. And I know a lot of the futures guys that do the futures sessions, there was a lot of talk about what should they do with the NASDAQ or the ES, for example, because it was up in the air. If you look left, there was no price structure to work with. How high can it go? And this is a similar situation now with gold. And, we'll have a lot of traders, for example, that would say if this was the end of that triangle, maybe we can use a fib extension to this higher high here, this higher low over here, and right here we at the 1.618. Is this going to maybe be the end of this move, and then we see a decline? Because if we look left, there's just no price structure there, right? It's empty sky. So, it can get quite difficult, but I do find that with market geometry, for example, it can give you a really good idea on the higher time frame. The bigger picture, where price might be going. And we were looking at this pitchfork, I think yesterday it was, and we were saying like maybe, might be a bit of resistance stepping in. It didn't. It just, price blasted through that to the upside.
Kept on going.
So maybe switch to a different one. So where's the next price objective? This upper median line over here. So there's more upside potential, right? To the downside, should price move lower, these all are areas of interest. I would love to get long if price can give me a little pullback, actually quite a considerable pullback around about that area, right? If I, let's say, get into a swing trade to the upside, if price were to, come down here and we get a bounce higher, then as soon as it reaches this 50% dash median line, that yellow dotted line that you see there, that might be an area where you probably want to scale out a little bit, right? Or then have a larger target set at the upper median line, because you think or believe there will be a fair degree of resistance potentially stepping in if price hits that. So that's the only way I can really try to figure out when prices are this high, especially in a market that's printing all-time highs, as to where it might go to, where price might be gravitating towards, and where areas of interest lie for you to potentially go long, if we're trading swing trading techniques or day trading techniques or whatever the case might be. But one thing's for sure, that if I were to day trade and let's say price is approaching that upper median line, then I want to know where that is. I don't want to be trading right into it, like a few pips away, and be unaware that that line is actually in my way. It might act as angular resistance. So yeah, gold, I'm thinking, I see you went short gold there. I'm thinking the same thing. Gold, maybe for intraday trade, it would be nice if you can actually come and fill this huge acceleration gap here, which is still a bit far away. That'd be a nice little move. Or, even make it back. As I mentioned, it would be really cool for me if price can pull back into this median line over here. And it's a considerable distance away to get long. But as we've seen, gold has moved extremely fast and really, really hard. So, and that was expected. I was saying is when an E wave ended, expect a first wave, expect a second wave. So I'm thinking this is a third impulsive wave. Price will do this, right? And then at a later stage get a decline. But anyway, that's the expectation. All these little pullbacks were very short-lived, which is typically how a third impulsive wave behaves. So it'll be interesting to see, guys, how high can it go? And metals, especially, I don't know if you had a similar experience, James. I don't know if you look at Elliott wave analysis, but I hate using it when it comes to trying to count trends. I prefer using it during corrective structures. I think it works better. But I think one thing that some traders will probably agree with is that if they've been trading, especially stuff like gold, for some time, is that if this is, let's say, some sort of a fifth wave, that they extend extremely fast or extremely high or low, depending what direction it's moving in. So this could go on for a considerable amount of time to the upside. But I'm also wary that gold, since this triangular formation formed here, that your triangles typically occur during the fifth wave or the fourth wave of a phase before you get a deeper correction. So during this phase over here, which is what I think happened over here, this whole move here. So this move over here is what I'm thinking is occurring right now. How high can it go? I don't know. So just enjoy it. I would personally just enjoy it while you can.
To the moon.
Yes, there will be opportunities
Just kidding.
to short this intraday, go long, whatever the case might be. But I am wary in the bigger picture that gold might be, at least during this phase, nearing the end of that upwards move. I won't say, a bearish market's going to start, but I would think that a correction is definitely in the cards. Not definitely, there's no such thing, but that's my expectation.
Hey,
All right.
Coach, just real quick, wanted to take a moment to remind everybody about the Grand Prix Championship happening soon. So, yeah, guys and gals, just think of this like the Grand Prix of markets. Get your engines revving. We'll get you a starting balance of $5,500. It's a great way to sharpen your trading strategy, maybe even snag some cash prizes. This competition kicks off on Monday, September 8th. So registration is open all the way through the rest of the week and weekend through Sunday the 7th. All right. And there is a $5,500 cash reward for the top spot, plus some other great prizes as well. And you will be able to trade on Match Trader. You can trade news and just remember, you can't exceed a 7% loss overall, and then a 3% daily loss once we start this competition on Monday. So pretty straightforward. Just simply log in, navigate to the competition tab, and you're good to go. We will be giving prizes to the top 20 spots. And then we'll also shout you out on our social media sites as well. So if you're looking to add a little bit of thrill to your trading, this is your chance. Check it out. Who knows? You might just find yourself onto the podium. So got the rest of the week, rest of the weekend through Sunday. Get registered and let's have some fun next week. Be a nice little break from the norm, break from regular trading.
Guys.
Just something a little extra
But
to
it
get the adrenaline.
It's always a good thing, especially if there's
Absolutely.
some hard cold cash on the line.
Heck yeah.
Good to see.
I joke. I'm going to create a fake account. Jump in there with you. I'm just kidding. I'm not going to do that. But anyway, boys and girls, ladies and gents, we're going to take a quick break now. It is 5 a.m. Central Standard Time. So we'll be back in 15 minutes. Going to go freshen up, hit the loo, get some caffeine, turn a cartwheel or two, and we shall return in 15 minutes.
See you guys soon.
See you later,
Cheers.
folks.
Alrighty.
See you shortly.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Hey, hola amigos, I'm Michael Keller, and I'm one of the trading coaches here at Ola Prime.
But more importantly, I'm just a regular guy who turned trading into freedom, and I'm here to help you do the same. So this is a glimpse into who I am in front of the screens and beyond the charts. See, a strategy will get you in the trade, but mindset keeps you in the game. I started trading back in 2012, and honestly, I lost more than I won in the beginning, but every loss taught me something. It wasn't about having the fanciest indicator. It was about mastering my mindset.
Living in Mexico has taught me to slow down, breathe, and be present.
Trading is what I do, but it's not who I am. I'm a dad, a husband, a traveler, and a student of life. And all of that makes me a sharper trader. When I'm in flow outside the charts, I'm in flow on the charts too. This game doesn't reward speed, it rewards skill. Listen, everyone wants to flip $100 into 10,000. I get it. But be consistent, focus on execution over excitement, risk small and learn fast. And if you ever feel lost, reach out. That's what we're here for.
Well, guys, that's a glimpse into my life, my story, and who I am, not just in front of the screens, but beyond the charts. I hope to see you in the session soon, and let's grow together. One day, one trade, one lesson at a time. Welcome to Ola Prime.
Ola Prime, trade with transparency.
Coach Richard Krugel is a leading force in the world of trading, recognized for his sharp technical analysis and dynamic market strategies. With years of hands-on experience, he has not only mastered the art of trading, but also dedicated his career to educating and empowering traders at all levels.
My $1 million advice to you would be, hello everyone, I'm Coach Richard, and I'm truly excited to join the incredible team at Hola Prime. It's an honor to be here, and I can't wait to contribute, collaborate, and grow with all of you. At the Hola Prime Academy, we empower traders by sharing strategies that actually work and deliver results time and time again.
Coach Richard's expertise spans multiple asset classes, and his in-depth market insights have helped countless traders refine their strategies and achieve consistent profitability. Known for his clear and practical teaching style, Coach Richard transforms complex concepts into actionable knowledge that traders can apply in real-time markets.
You can also catch me doing live trading on Hola Prime TV.
As a sought-after instructor and mentor, Richard has left a lasting impact on the global trading community. Now at Hola Prime, He brings his wealth of experience to equip traders with the tools and confidence needed to navigate the financial markets with precision. When you learn from Coach Richard Krugel, you're gaining more than just market knowledge. You're accessing the mindset and strategies of a trader who knows what it takes to succeed. Welcome to Hola Prime, where expertise meets opportunity.
My $1 million advice to you would be that trading requires skill. Never stop learning. The market constantly evolves. Let's conquer the markets together.
Ola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Well, hello everybody. My name's Tiger. I'm a coach here at Ola Prime, and I wanted to give you a quick little glimpse into who I am, both inside and outside of trading. So let's check it out. So I've been trading now for going on 11 years, and that first decade of my trading was all about technical analysis. And really over the last few years, though, I've really dug a lot deeper into fundamental analysis and sentiment analysis, seeing how the bigger banks and institutions are trading so I can ride their coattails, so to speak. They're the ones making the money. So I've just kind of looked at trading like Edison and his light bulbs. He's went through thousands and thousands of different prototypes in order to find the one that worked. Look, one of the things about trading that people get wrong is they think it's an overnight get-rich-quick scheme. So, for me personally, all the hard work was done well before I even picked up trading, and it all had to do with reading some good books. So, one of my favorite books right there, The Magic of Thinking Big by Dr. Schwartz. And as you can see on there, the chapters, best way to read this book is read chapter 2, 12, and 13, and then turn around and read the whole book. Powerful, let me tell you. And I'm sure you caught that above my bookshelf. One of my biggest things that I love doing is bowling. I'm a very competitive bowler. Bowled a lot of perfect 300 games, so they give me these nice little trophies whenever you bowl a perfect game. Got another one for an 800 series, basically bowling 3 games of 800 or higher in a 3-game series, so it's like a 250 average. Pretty good stuff, but compete in national tournaments, state tournaments. I've won a lot of them, so bowling, that's one of the top hobbies that I have. Outside of that, I love singing. I like to go and belt some tunes, whether it's karaoke or just singing in my car, some carpool karaoke. But other than that, listen, on the weekends, I love nothing more than just to hang with my girlfriend. She's an awesome, incredible woman, and she kind of balances me out because she sees how hard I focus on trading. So it's just a very good reset at the end of the long, hard week of trading to just get away, just step away from it all, go enjoy each other's time, and prepare for the next week. So that's a bit about me. Just let us know how we can help. Just remember, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon, okay? The basics of trading are quite simple to learn. It's just all the nuances that take a while to really master. So just keep that in mind. Don't overwhelm yourself. We'll take your hand. We'll lead you to where you want to go. Like I say, just one step at a time. So with that, have a wonderful day. Look forward to seeing you in a session soon.
Ola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm James. I'm one of your coaches at Ola Prime. I've been trading for about 30 years. Can you believe it? Seems like an awfully long time. But in that time, I've learned a lot about trading the financial markets, and I've learned the best way to trade the markets. By dawn, I chase waves, chase stocks, and sometimes chase my own sanity. Trading, like surfing, is all about timing. Wait too long and you miss the move, and jump in too early and you just wipe out. If you're a new trader and you're struggling with your trading, I think you've come to the right place. I'm really looking forward to meeting you and helping you with your trading. I'm approaching a stop street now, and I'm going to have to stop. Emergency brake if there's traffic coming. And that's one of the things you've got to learn in trading as well, as how to keep safe. And it's one of the main things that I teach in my trading philosophy is risk management, which is not taught very often. Trading is a bit like driving a car, really. You've got to have a license, and in trading terms, having a license is like learning how to trade. And once you've learned how to drive and got the license, learned how to trade, you've got to get good at it. And my philosophy is to teach traders how to trade properly using the tools and techniques that they should be using. My specialty is swing trading, and it's a bit like riding the waves. I've been a surfer for a very long time, and swing trading is not much different. You've got to find the sets and catch the right wave and get out of the wave when it's time. A lot of people ask me, how did I get to where I am today? How did I learn how to trade? And how can they get to where I am themselves? I think the best answer to that is to get educated, learn how to trade. And there are all sorts of resources out there for you, including fantastic resources here at Ola Prime.
Ola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Paul, one of the coaches at Ola Prime, and this is a little insight into who I am beyond the charts. I started trading 5 years ago. I made some money, sure, but I also made mistakes, a lot of them. As I progressed though, I realized it's less a game of chasing green and more a game of enacting discipline. As a coach, I try to help traders focus on the process, how they structure their approach, not just on the charts, but in their heads. Everyone wants to 10x their money overnight, right? But real growth, it comes from small, smart, and consistent moves repeated over time. Trading is a journey, so patience is always required, but I am here to help you grow, so don't be afraid to get help. Improving your success rate is what we do.
But after a day of trading or an afternoon of coaching, getting away from the ever-evolving price action of chart setups is a must, as the outdoors can reset your mind, whether it's taking my dog for a walk for 30 minutes or gently strolling on the beach after a winning trade. I never allow myself to get lost in the charts. Stepping back gives me perspective, and perspective is what makes me a good trader. I'm always looking for that balance in everything I do. And if you can achieve the same, you'll soon discover it unlocks so many doors.
So that's my deal. What's yours? Hopefully we'll see you for a coaching session soon where we can level up your skills one profitable trade at a time. I'm going to place a trade.
Ola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Sam, one of the coaches here at Ola Prime. And in this video, I'm going to give you a short glimpse into my life beyond the charts. Outside of the charts, I love to cook. Anything with fresh local ingredients has a thumbs up for me. And when the weather's good, I like to go out, have a quick jog, keep myself healthy. I started trading almost 15 years ago, and believe me when I say, it wasn't an easy journey. There was a lot of ups and downs, mostly downs at the beginning, and it took me, I would say, almost 10 years before I could actually call myself a trader. Personally, I like to travel. I like to go to different places, see different cultures, meet new people. I also like a good spa day, you know, just sit there by a pool, relax, get a massage. You know, you can see from the screens behind me, it's just a lot of stress, a lot of digits, a lot of moving, a lot of fast moving markets. You can't spend your whole day in front of a screen. You will burn out, and sadly, you probably won't be as successful as if you just relaxed a bit more.
Ola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Meet Coach Paul Gallow, a seasoned futures trader and coach at Hola Prime, with over 11 years of combined experience in international banking, commodity trading, and U.S. equity futures. From managing trade operations at BNY Mellon to trading FCOJ futures at Louis Dreyfus Company, Coach Paul's journey has been driven by one core principle: precision through data.
My $1 million advice to you would be, hi everyone, I'm Coach Paul. I'm thrilled to be a part of the Ola Prime team. Step into the real arena. Prime Academy provides the trading education that truly empowers.
Today, as a futures coach at Hola Prime, he empowers traders using market profile and order flow analysis, helping them make smarter, more confident decisions in fast-moving markets.
You can also catch me doing live trading on Ola Prime TV.
Coach Paul's coaching goes beyond strategies. It's about developing risk discipline, refining execution, and building a resilient trader's mindset. At Hola Prime, he's not just teaching people how to trade, he's helping them trade with purpose.
My $1 million advice to you would be to trade with a plan and stick to that plan. Let's conquer the markets together.
Ola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live, get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts, we crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond.
Hello, everyone.
Welcome back.
We're back.
Yeah.
That
Our
always
Scooby
passes
snacks,
so fast.
our caffeine,
Quickest
ready to
15
roll.
minutes in the world.
That's right.
What did you reverse
That is
something there, James? WTI.
Yeah. I just reversed oil. I've gone short. We can have a look at that if you want to.
Who switch or
So on WTI. Yeah.
While we wait
Yeah.
for your
So I'm short of mine for oil.
Sorry, James. He's asking for the.
Yeah, that's all right. No worries.
That link is basically you have to join our Discord channel, and there's a competition section that you can click on the left-hand side navigation panel within Discord. We'll drop the Discord link in here if it's not already, but I'll ask the guys to quickly drop you that Discord link in there so you can go ahead, sign up there, get in and register for that competition. Just before you also go to your chart,
Cool.
James, we also just want to mention quickly again that we will be giving away 5K challenge account during this session, right? So that should be in around about 45 minutes from now. We're also going to be giving away a 25K futures account during the futures session, guys. So please do stay tuned. To enter that, you need to please follow the following steps. Make sure that you've subscribed to both our YouTube and Instagram handles of Hola Prime TV and Hola Prime Global. So very importantly, continue to comment during this live session. And number 3, very, very important, make sure that your email is in your YouTube bio so we can actually contact you with that account details. We are basing our decision on the winner based on who followed those steps. So we are checking the guys out from behind the scenes. And we'll be basing our decision on who wins today's account on. Firstly, if you won before, you won't win again, unfortunately. We're trying to give it to new guys that's joining this channel. Hasn't won before, and to everyone obviously that's followed those steps, right? So again, the winner will be announced in about 45 minutes from now, so please do stay tuned.
Get your account.
We'll be dropping that Discord link in a chat very, very soon. Again, guys, please do join our Discord. It is for free, right? There's no cost involved with that. And, it's just a wonderful community at Hola Prime. We're also trying to grow as much as possible. So share it far and wide with your friends about this channel, about all our coaches doing their live sessions. Joining Discord, again, it's for free. We've got so many competitions going on. We've been giving away prizes daily. And it's as easy as that, guys. Just watch the shows or join Discord. If you've got any questions, go pop them there in Discord. All our coaches generally share a lot of info on there as well. I know I share daily charts on there as well that I normally show during these sessions. I know Coach Tiger helps out with some support questions sometimes if it's directed at him. Also sharing some of his favorite reads in when it comes to trading on a regular basis. So please do check that out. nice community to join. And yeah, again, you'll find those details right in there to how to join the Grand Prix competition that is coming up next week, Monday.
Yeah, and and as far as the resources tab for you guys and gals in chat, yeah, definitely go check out those books that I know Coach Richard and I both kind of share some of our books we've read. I like to share just a quick YouTube video, like a book overview, a book review. It's usually like 5 to 10 minutes, but that'll give you an opportunity just to watch that, to see what that book's all about, and to see if it might be something that can help you out, because the markets are closed at times. Maybe we got holidays here and there. Maybe it's just stupid volatile because of certain reports coming out. Sometimes it's best just to go sit down in your lazy chair, grab a book, and just kind of read up on some of the mindsets of these traders that we showcase, or trading methods, thought process, psychology. Right, trading is all psychological, so a lot of these books go really in depth on the psychology of trading, just people in general, how people are with fear and greed, and how we act and react and interact. Right, so. Definitely devote some time to that. Just get the heck away from the trading charts from time to time. Go chill out, read a book, and that'll just kind of help you grow in the background when you're not on that chart. So it's a good balance. It really is. It's helped me a ton. Well, before I even started trading, I read up on a ton of good books on business, life, and again, psychology, self-help type stuff. So it really, really is the only reason I'm here. I mean, it really kind of sparked a fire, lit a fire, whatever you want to call it, to make me want to go do good things. So hopefully that'll help you guys and gals out as well. But by all means, go do that. It's super, super important. It's cliche, but the books help. A lot of people hate reading, but I said the same thing. I think you guys remember MySpace back in the day. I still remember when I opened up an account. And it asks what your favorite movies are, your favorite books, and that sort of thing. Well, I was so ignorant. I put under books. I put who reads. Like I was that ignorant at the time before I started my reading journey. And then somebody dropped a book in my lap and said, "Here, read this." When I was in a early network marketing business, and I tell you what, it changed my life. So. Just you got to do it, man. You got to build the foundation outside of trading.
Right? So it's like, I think my wife always gives me a bit of flack, if she had to read all the technical analysis type books and even anything to do with numbers or trading, then she's like, no, I'm just going to fall asleep. I'll never be able to be interested in that. For me, that's my cup of tea. I really love doing that, where obviously, but all on to their own. It probably
to each their
falls into what you said earlier, James, about guys being a bit nerdy. But obviously there are female traders as well. We just love this sort of thing. Sure. So, never think you know everything.
Yeah, but they're cool. They're not nerds.
Keep on learning.
Female traders aren't nerds. They're just cool.
That's cool. If you say so.
Us men, we're just straight up.
It's only men that get that title. Yeah. Anyway, I've gone short on oil now, and I've also got a long gold position for those who are following this. Yeah, it is very nerdy. It's kind of funny. I mean, I was actually literally talking to my wife about this yesterday, and this nerdy thing that us guys get into, and it's just such a cool thing because we can be nerds without being uncool. So I like it. Yeah. Anyway.
Well, my girlfriend calls me a sexy nerd, so I'll take it. I guess that's a compliment.
Oh, there you go, Tiger. There you go. Even if it says it.
Can't complain with that.
Yeah.
Whether she's pulling the wool over my
Can we go
eyes
across to my charts quickly? Can we just switch over? I just want to show you something. I don't know. I can't see the back end. I can't see the. So you'll have to tell me if the charts switch over. I can't really see much.
Okay.
But anyway, we've gone. We've got a couple of new positions.
Yeah, James, just keep chatting a little bit. To
Yeah,
our
all right.
viewers,
I'll
we
just
are
keep going. No
experiencing
problem.
severe storms from where we are broadcasting, not well, from where we're broadcasting, but from the
Ah,
technical team side. So
aha.
when we started today's session, there was a little bit of voice interference, a bit of internet issues. So we do apologize. Unfortunately, out of
All
our
right.
hands, but just
All
hang
right.
in there, guys. We'll get into the charts as soon as we can. Let's use this time to, I don't know, chat a bit more.
Shoot the
Amongst
breeze.
ourselves. Anyone in the chat there, if
Yeah.
you've got any questions, let us know. That's what we're here for as well, right? So
Well, Omkai
also
wants
like
to
and
know
subscribe.
about natural gas, but I don't think we're going to talk about natural gas today, Omkai, in this session because natural gas is not a product available on the Forex CFDs, etc. I don't think on GUI, the Forex platforms. But we will talk about natural gas in the next session, unless we can talk about it now. I don't have a problem with that too.
Yeah.
But we will cover it in the
we
next
only
session in any event.
Just I don't think we can share a chart at the moment because of the tech issues. So
Yeah. Oh, there we go. I think we have
there we
charts.
go.
Yay! All right. Well done, super
Thanks,
team.
guys.
Super team at the back. You guys are awesome. As in
right.
Tiger's accent. Awesome. All right, so let's go and have a look at gold quickly. Awesome. So this is gold. I noticed that Richard went short on gold, and I went short on gold at the top here. Now, it's a counter trend trade. I've taken a small position. I'm hoping for a dip back down into this sort of level, at least to the top of the triangle, and maybe beyond that, slightly deeper. Excuse me, I've still got a frog.
Ribbit.
But luckily I've got a microphone that you can just tap the name. So I think we could get something like this. We have broken out. So this is a bullish market. We've broken out of this big triangle pattern that Richard was talking about. And talking about drawing these triangles, I've had to redraw this triangle multiple times as well, because as we've gone along, I'll show you what Richard was talking about. We've gone along, the triangle sort of changed shape. So it started off like that, got longer, and then it got longer. So eventually we sort of got the right shape. And don't worry about having to draw your stuff over and over and over, because the market doesn't really care where you drew your lines. It just wants to do its own thing. So we've got a triangle that we've broken out of. Now, here's the dangerous part for most retail traders who are now a bit busy buying this market top through the red line and through the breakout point. Now, I've got a thing there saying gold rush, and there's another label down here which says free fall or something. And I wasn't sure which one of these paths. I had A, B, and C, down to 3120, down to 3000, the big round and the 200-day moving average, or breaking out through the top of this ascending triangle. It took forever for it to make up its mind after redrawing this triangle hundreds of times, not hundreds, but I'd say at least 5 times. No, maybe I'm exaggerating. Probably 4 times. But now we've broken out, and it's pretty. Okay, maybe it was hundreds. Yeah, probably was. Anyway, we've got it. We've got the go-ahead now, and we've broken out. Doesn't mean it's time to trade, though. I'm already long, and I got long at 3330 down at the white line and the point of control. That was about almost 3 weeks ago. I got long over there. Just around about the confluence of these moving averages. I think there was a really good setup that you guys were looking at as well at the same time in one of your shows earlier in the week or last week. And that was a great setup in that confluence. 3 moving averages right there. And we've now broken out. So the normal thing for traders to do is to see this and get FOMO, get super excited. There is a target above us of about, pretty close to $4,000, which I have in mind, which is simply an extension of this move. Now, if you want to figure out where to target this move, just simply look at the pattern that we've got. There's the bull run, megaphone or ascending triangle or bull flag, whatever you'd like to view it as, but the consolidation before the next move. And the next move normally would follow a similar gradient and a similar distance to the run up into the flag, or in this case, a megaphone. We started down here at around 2,500, and we got up to the high over there. We've now broken out of that high, but I'm taking it to the high that we've just broken out of. And we can now set a target very, very easily. And I'm just going to copy that line, duplicate it using the clone tool here on TradingView. And I'm going to stick it to the lowest point before the exit of this triangle, just kind of over there. We'll zoom in and have a closer look. So kind of the exit point, the launch point from the bottom of the triangle, somewhere around there. So what I've done is I've kept the same angle, the same distance, and I've now got a target, simply based on the very well-known technical projection moving out of a flag or out of a rectangle or out of a triangle. And that takes us up to $4,300. Now, a lot of you will be thinking, well, that's ridiculous. We're never going to get there.
A very common type of entry is to wait for that pullback to test the, like you drew there with your arrow, you know, the path is to, you know, like a breakout, everyone gets long, then there's generally that retest, and that's where a lot of patient traders actually wait for. A bit more of a conservative type of entry.
Yeah. For sure. Absolutely.
Sorry.
We don't know how far that drop will get, though, Richard. This is always a problem, of course. But we can time it through, you know, candles or moving average crossovers or overbought or oversold RSI, stochastic, any of the things that you normally use. We'd be looking for that to trigger into a long trade once we get back into the pattern. Now, don't think that we don't. I'm not saying I don't think. I'm saying you should not think that we're only going to come back down to the top of the triangle and bounce immediately off there. That's what I'm trying to say. Don't think that, because often that's not the case. Now, we've got a gradient line here, the white line that I drew from this approach to the triangle, and that's the gradient line leading up from the exit from the bottom of the triangle. So same gradient as the approach, and a sensible place for this to pull back into would be to the gradient line, right? Just obviously. And that's slightly within the triangle, and even allow for a dip back down to the bottom of the triangle, which we have done twice in this pattern already. And if you remember, these were breakouts. Some of these were breakouts. We got back down to the bottom of the triangle before bouncing back out again. So we could do the same thing here. Be careful of that. Don't rush in. Looking for this point of entry for a long trade. We don't know where that'll be, but we can time it from price action. But for now, I think we're going to have to move down a wee bit. I'm not saying we will. This is a counter trend trade. It's tricky and it's risky, but I don't have a lot of size and I've got a tight stop loss, and that mitigates the risk. So there's no problem. The problem with counter trend trades is when you don't mitigate the risk and you choose to bag hold a short. I've got someone in my private group right now bag holding a short gold trade from around 3,300, and we're now at 3,500. So thinking that triangle had broken out through the bottom. Do you remember? Let me just point this out to you. This triangle did actually break out through the bottom on 2 or 3 occasions, and people got short on those breakouts in this region over here and are holding those bags, and you don't want to do that, I promise you. Gold costs money to hold, it has no yield, and overnights are not cheap, and you'll be holding that one forever. It may come back down to 3,300 in time, probably will, but by then you'll have spent all your money on overnights. So time this carefully, but there's a good trading opportunity.
No sleep overnight.
Don't get squeezed. Don't get squeezed.
Yeah.
I will not be a bag holder.
So I've got
right down 10 times.
Yeah. So I've gone short on gold because of that setup. That hasn't moved at all, and I'm hoping for that to pull back into that range. And I don't have a profit target on this because I don't know how far it's going to get, but I'll certainly take $10, $20 on a counter trend trade pullback, no problem. And that'll just be $20. I've only got one position on here. And then, and if it goes against me, it could go against me forever and I'd still not break the account rules. And that's why I've got a very small trade position here, because I've also got other trades on and they all go into the same pot. And you don't want to blow your account because you've got 7 trades on, each losing $500, taking you to $3,500 drawdown, which breaks the rules and you're out of the game. So if you've got 7 trades on, they've got to be 7 really small trades, or go for bigger, larger trades on, fewer instruments. So that's my bag for today. And the other thing I quite like to do is I've got 7 instruments on here right now: the Aussie, Euro Yen, Aussie long, Euro yen short, Swissy long, dollar yen short, oil short, and gold short. Now, I don't have to time all of these, but as a day trader, what I'll look at is the aggregate or the total at the top here, where the P&L is over here. It's now $7, and I think a good bag trade for a few hours day trading for me is $2 or $3 or $4, maybe $500. So I don't really care where it comes from either. So within this bag of trades that I've got going on here, if we get to $2, $3, $4, $500 at the top, no matter what's going on here, I don't really care. It's the aggregate that counts. There's a button somewhere in here, I haven't found it yet, that flattens everything instantaneously. It's a great button. I think maybe it's not on the SKUI trade, but it is available on Ola Prime X, Project X. There's a button here that says flatten all. I don't think GUI Trader has it, but anyway, that's the intention. Once we get to a few $100 in profit today, I'll just, if there isn't a button for it, I'll do it manually, but I'll just flatten the entire lot. I don't care whether the Aussie's in profit or in a loss or any one of the other ones, but as long as the aggregate's around $200, $300, $400, I'll just flatten the entire lot and take profit. So I don't care what's going on within that bag now. I've got a bag of trades, and it's either going to move in my favor overall, or it's not going to move in my favor and it'll move down and I'll have to take a loss. And that's the way it is. And also throughout this process, if I see something else coming along that looks interesting, I can add as many trades as I want, because I've only got very small positions on each trade, and I don't have to monitor them individually either necessarily, because each one has a stop loss. I haven't done those for oil and gold just yet. Each one has a stop loss and a take profit. So if I just leave them alone, some of those stops will be hit, some of the profits will be hit, and we'll end up with a result. Or I could just close them all at the same time, no matter what trades are going on individually. That's the way I approach day trading. It may not be for everyone, and there's an argument to be made for concentrated day trading, where you choose maybe 3 instruments, like maybe the ES and gold and euro yen, some of the good movers and the good technical plays, and just trade 1 or 2 or 3 during a session. You can put some more size on those. You can focus on them more. You can do a little bit more work on the analysis, and you can probably do a much better job individually. But I prefer to have a basket of currencies and instruments, not only currencies, but other stuff as well. And just to consider that as a single trade, and it's either going to move in my favor or it's not, as a collection of instruments biased in a certain way against or for the market direction.
I love it. I like how you do that, though. Like you said earlier, balancing out the risk amongst multiple assets. I mean,
yeah. So yeah, that's actually important, Tiger. So if you do go with, if you're just trading, for example, I see some of the coaches in the later sessions trade only the ES or only the Dow or only the Euro Yen. That's great. There's nothing wrong with that. And you become an expert, a subject matter expert in that instrument. And I'm all for that. And you can become really good at it, and you can learn the personality, the nature, the range, everything about that market, and they're all different. And you can become an expert, like someone's an expert in our group on the Dow, someone's an expert on the ES, someone's busy being an expert on gold right now. So that's great. But do remember, you'll be probably trading with more size, because you're trading fewer instruments, so more size on those fewer instruments, and therefore less diversity and more risk from that aspect, because if you lose a trade on the ES and that's the only trade you've got on, you might be out of the game for the day. You might hit your limit, your personal or the account limit, and that's it, you're done for the day. Whereas with me, that's never going to happen really, because they're all kind of, it's just a bag of messy stuff. And some will go up, some will go down. Generally, I think I'm in the right direction, but they won't all work out. But it's a selection of instruments which indicates a bias that I have in the market, with some hedging in there and some bits and pieces. So you mitigate risk, but you also lose opportunity, the opportunity of being an expert in a particular instrument. And I think that's also an important thing to consider.
Well, and I think another thing too, James, is that, sometimes we focus so hard on one setup. We might spend an hour, 2 hours all day on one setup. And then when we lose that setup, well, then it just kind of sinks you for the day. Whereas you balancing out the risk, if you lose one or two or three of your trades out of your 10 or whatever, it's not a big deal because you're kind of looking at it as a
Sure.
collective whole rather than just putting all your energy and all your hopes and your dreams on one thing, right? So, no, I could definitely see how that's beneficial. Sure.
Yeah, and the other thing, Tiger, is that it's very we were talking about this earlier. That this is what men tend to do. We all do it. We analyze things to death, and we try to make sense of things in a very structured and engineered manner, a scientific manner, if you will. The world isn't really like that. It's a bit messier than we hope it to be, and that's why we create patterns for ourselves. But so my approach to day trading is that I'm never going to time it properly. I'm never going to be precisely accurate on an entry level.
Right.
I'm never going to pick exactly the right instrument because I don't think anyone can really do that, unless, of course, you become a subject matter expert, as I said. So these are all any of these trades, and they've all got really tight stop losses. So I can be in and out of the same trade in the same direction 5 times to be, let's say, long on the Aussie and be stopped out once, twice, 3, 4, 5 times, but I'm only losing about 0.05% on every occasion, which is insignificant. So I can do that repeatedly over and over again. Not that I want to, of course. I'd like the first trade to be a winner, but I can take multiple losses. And Daryl does this as well, Coach Daryl, and you should watch him in the afternoons. He's really good, and coaches are really good. Not just Daryl, but I'm just highlighting his style in the sense in that Daryl will eyeball the chart, let's say WTI in front of you. He trades off a 1 minute chart. So we go down to, let's actually do it on here. This is the Prime X account. You can use a 1 minute chart on here. So what Daryl will do, excuse me, is he trades off this 1 minute chart. And the moment he sees something starting to move, he'll get in that direction. So let's say this started to move down at the top here. We get a confirmation candle after the tweezer top, and Daryl would probably be straight into that trade. Not a lot of thought around it, and you don't have to spend a lot of time thinking about it, because if you have already determined your direction for the day, and it could be short on the ES in this example, and if you want to get short and you see a short trigger, and it looks good and it's aligned up with your certain levels on the chart, there might be a level here. There's certainly a double top there and a clear out of that top. In other words, a fake break. And that's set up for a nice short trade on the 1 minute. There's not a lot more thought that needs to go into that. We can hit that bid, or that offer rather. Let's do it right now. I'll show you the example. All right, so we've just sold that. This is a different account, by the way. And now, immediately you see I've got a risk and a profit locked in already. This is pre-programmed, and you can go to your charts or somewhere here and set it up. I'm still finding my way around this. So under settings, here we go. And you can set your risk and your profit targets and limits. So I've just put $1,000 risk in here and $3,000 profit. So that's 1% and 3% on a $100,000 account. That's sort of just a default setting that I've got set in here already. Now, once I enter the trade, I can have a look at where those levels are, if they're anywhere. There we go, miles away. So I need to start moving these in, and I can start bringing these down to closer to where we are and zoom in and have a look at where we are. Reset the scale and have a look at where we are. Let's move these to proper areas now. So I'm going to put the stop loss just above that swing high, and I'm put the target. Let's have a look. Doesn't really matter. I'll be out of it before it hits the target anyway. But let's just put the target down there somewhere. Reset the scale. So I've got, well, we had $1 profit on there. It's gone into the loss again. But there's the trade set up, and I've got a profit target and a stop loss. The stop loss is $48. Yeah, on a $100,000 account, it's nothing. And the target is $181 on a $100,000 account, which is only 2%. No, 0.2%. So it's almost nothing. And that's it. So that's how, what I'm talking about here is sort of eyeballing the chart, setting up the trade, looking. I don't know if these levels are even correct. Doesn't really matter, because if it doesn't move down and it moves up, I'll be out of the trade and I'll be wrong and I'll have lost $40. If it moves down and I'm correct, I'll have made $200 with almost no risk. And I can enter many trades like this on this platform during the day. I'll probably normally would take day trading maybe 20 or 30 or 40 trades in a day. And there'll be multiple trades, small risk, small profits, multiple trades across a variety of different instruments. Yeah. So kind of that's what I'm saying about these setups is when you've got a bag of currencies like this, once that, or instruments, once it's all set up and in there and all the stops and profit targets are set up, all I'm now watching is that number at the top here, the P&L. I don't care what goes on here now after this. I just want to see this P&L. If it goes down, it goes down. If it goes up and we get towards about $200 or $300 or $400, I'll just hit the flatten button and close the whole lot, no matter where they are, no matter how much profit each one is in or loss, makes no difference to me. The only thing that matters is whether I've got profit in my account.
Very interesting way to think about things. And I have to agree.
Yeah.
We also, like
sure.
Tiger was saying, we quite often waste so much. Depends on what you were trying to achieve, but if you've been waiting for a setup the whole day,
we're trying to be careful and professional and
too careful is also
analytical,
a problem, right? Can be also a problem. And sometimes when things actually fall in place and you fiddle and you don't get into the trade and then it goes your direction, can also happen.
Right. Yeah,
and overcomplicate.
So I'm just going to close this one off. I'm going to close this trade out. It's just an example. It's a dollar loss. That was just to illustrate. But and now that means another $1 I've got to make on this account before I can get it passed, the challenge passed. So $3 loss today, but still I've got $95 in there still to whittle down as we go along. So back to this account. So we've got a bunch of trades on here. We've got about $10 profit. If that gets to depending on time of the day it is, what's going on, what news is coming out, who's around, what I had for breakfast, how much coffee I had in the pre-market session, all of those things will decide for me when I hit that flatten button. And that's it really. So that's all set up. And what I would do normally now then focus back to my swing trades, my longer term trades on my unleveraged cash account, which is where I focus, once my day trades are set up. And that's a whole different strategy, completely unrelated, nothing to do with day trading whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
It keeps you on your toes more too. I would suspect.
Squiz at the poll in the chat there.
Oh, what do we got?
That glowing B sign behind Coach James. What's it really signaling?
That's my Bitcoin neon thing.
Just a nightlight, a secret market indicator, or James disco light?
It's my night light. It's my comfort night light. When I snuggle up on my carpet in my office on a late night scalping Bitcoin, it's my comfort night light. Yeah. Now,
disco night.
Did we decide whether we are able to trade? Did we decide if we were able to trade natural gas on the Forex accounts? I couldn't find it.
No, we just had the WTI and the Brent. That's it.
Okay, let's skip that then. We'll come back to that in the next session. Yeah. So we're short on oil. We'll talk about natural gas in the upcoming session in about an hour and a half's time. I'm long on natural gas, if you're wondering, and looking for a target of about $4. And we'll see in the next session. We're long from down here at $2.70. We're currently trading at just under $3. So target is 4. Nice rounded bottom with a spike down through the bottom. Love it. And we should get up to the I think the channel top at least, that's not quite $4. That's closer to $3.70. My charts have gone weird. There we go. So I think we've got a bull flag here. I don't know. We haven't got to the bottom. We're failing to reach the bottom, which is always good news for the bulls. If you don't get to the bottom of any channel and it moves towards the top, that's a pretty bullish sign, particularly if we reject the channel center line, but we did get down through the channel center line. That's a bit of a weakness. Trying to get back up through the channel center line right now, so caution is required. This blue purple line is the 200 period moving average on the 4-hour chart here on the natural gas futures, and we're pushing up into it. And notice the green line coming up into the same zone. It's the 20 period moving average. And notice the dotted line at the same zone. That's the channel center line. So if we get through that level right where we are now, and I think that deserves a blob. What do you guys think? Right there.
Blobs.
A blob.
If we get through the blob.
The James blobs.
We get through the blob. Yeah. If we get through the blob, I think we're going to be fine. If we don't get through the blob and fail here, and there is a danger of it, even though we've got a nice rejection candle from these previous lows, we are making a slightly lower low, and that was, even though it was a wick spike, it was a lower low. So we've got a lower low, and so far a lower high at the blob. So be careful. It's not guaranteed to move up from here. And natural gas is a real bugger. That's why it's called the Widowmaker. And I think this is one that we can trade here, though, guys. And XLE, if you could just confirm that with me, that would be great. Otherwise, we won't bother with this one either. But this is the XLE Energy ETF, and it's broken out of a bull flag after creating a beautiful rejection low down here into the 70s. We're back into the 90s now, and I think this flag is indicating what's going on in the energy market overall. I'm bullish, short-term bullish on WTI, but thinking that'll move down. But apart from oil, natural gas, uranium, lithium, a couple of other energy plays that I think are all pushing this up, and this will carry on moving up. I think energy demand is only going to increase in coming years, and overall, I'm looking for energy plays to the long side, except for oil. And we were talking about dirty old oil, Tiger, yesterday, weren't we? And oil is something that I think is going to be less important over time. Not today or tomorrow or next year, but just gradually.
Eventually.
So I'm always looking for chances to sell crude. Yeah.
No. One day.
Yeah.
What's up,
One day. Doing what? How's it going, boss? Diversify. That's right. Well, I did get in CAD Swiss for a sale during break, so just wanted to say that. Added that to my repertoire, so we'll see how that goes. Okay.
Should we have a look at that, Tiger?
To the old portfolio. Oh yeah, that's fine. Take a look at it. Just a very small trade. Yeah, back in. We can flip on over to my GUI trades and take a quick peek at it. Just a quick little scalpy scalp. So just so the good move on this. Actually, you know what? I want to actually go look at it real quick over here, because. So originally I had that London Open, and I was keeping an eye on the London Open, the London High. That's about the time I was messing with my euro dollar long. So I should have gotten this one too. I mean, I was looking to sell at the break of this London low, but London low / well, I guess you could say more recent Asian low. But it ended up dropping pretty well. So. It also dropped below the Asian low, and when it did that, it kind of retraced and kind of rejected off that line. So jumped back down, came back up. It kind of created a little bit of a 10-minute supply, just a very faint little supply zone there on a 10-minute time frame. So I just decided once it got up here that I would just take a sell down to this low point here. So that's where we currently set, or actually this low point here. So yeah, started off pretty good. Had a pretty good rejection off of it, but yeah, it's kind of messing around now. But I did put my stop loss a little higher. I kind of put it above this little swing high point here. Looked a little better on a 5-minute. But yeah, you could kind of look at this and argue that maybe this is part of a little bit of a supply zone as well, just on the microscopic level. So basically, I'm giving it 2 supply zones. It's got to chew through to prove me wrong. So if one of those can catch an ask, the current one, or maybe even that one, then yeah, I like my chances with 2 of those versus just 1. But yeah, just a simple little about 1 to 1, well, 1 to 1.5 or something like that, 1 to 1.25. Nothing too crazy. Like I said, just taking it down to this low point down here. So yeah, just added that to the old portfolio.
Cool.
And yeah, euro dollar. It started off well, but it's kind of retracing quite a bit. But I got a deeper stop loss down here below the London low. So yeah, that's where we stand at the moment. A little bit in the negative -$9 at the moment. We'll let her play out. So yeah, that was the basics of what I wanted to
bailed
share.
out of that gold trade. I think it's going higher. Initially went my favor quite well and then reversed. So I am out. Not going to take a full loss on it. Unfortunately, down about
I see that now.
$62. So I am out of that. Yeah. Guys, we've got about 5 minutes left before we announce today's 5K challenge winner. So please do stay tuned, everyone that followed those steps. We will be announcing that name in just a minute, well, 5 minutes from now. And if you do not win today's prize, we will be giving away another prize, 25K challenge account for that matter, a futures challenge account during the I think it's going to be your session, James, or the futures liftoff. Not sure. But either one of those guys, stick around. If you don't win today's 5K challenge account during this session, there is another one to be given away, $25,000 account. If you haven't already, please subscribe to our YouTube and Instagram handles on both Hola Prime TV and Hola Prime Global accounts. Keep on commenting during these live sessions. And guys, please make sure that your email's in your YouTube bio so we can contact you. All right. So
who's it going to be?
$25,000 account. Futures account will be given during the futures takeoff session, right? Not the pre-market session. Okay.
Yeah.
So make sure you follow those steps.
Yeah, that's correct.
Stay tuned.
Nice.
Like and subscribe. Share with everyone you know. And you might be up for that prize. Next in line. Again, 3 minutes from now, we'll announce the winner of the 5K account.
Woohoo! Yeah, make sure your email address is in your bio, folks. Otherwise, you won't be able to win. Even if you're in the chat and you're subscribed, if your YouTube, if your email address is not in there, you won't be in the draw. So make sure of that right now. You've got 2 minutes.
On the double, people. And then it's
if you do win
updated
an
too.
account, it's also a good idea to head on over to our Discord channel. Please do subscribe to it. There's a whole section there as well to how to set everything up, get your account running and so forth, steps that you need to follow to get it activated and all sorts. So yeah, there's a few steps involved, but just follow them. They're pretty easy, and who knows, you could be the next winner. As simple as that.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but waiting to see what gold's going to do, boys and girls. If we can get a break above this this point here, I'd like to see. Might even try attacking a retracement back to that line. See about a possible buy on it.
It's not going to break there, Tiger. It's not going to break up.
It's not going, eh?
It's moving down.
Well, it may not, but just trying to plot and plan.
I think it's going to go up as well, but we'll see.
Yeah.
I wanted to way lower, maybe get involved in a decent swing trade to the upside, but it's also approaching it's already midweek, right? Yeah. Hopefully maybe we get a nice decline into next week. We'll see.
Oh, wow.
But hectic amount of news is coming out, so also got to be wary of that, right?
Sure. Yeah, we got Be interested to see what Governor Bullock has to say with her lip flapping. Well, that was, gosh, it's already 6. That took place 3 hours ago. Let's see if I can find a readout of that somewhere. There we go. Exploring new technology and the future of central banking at the RBA. Actively exploring how emerging technologies and AI could influence the economy. All right, so it sounds like she was flapping about some AI stuff. Flapping the lips.
Big time.
Lip a flapping. See if I can find anything in here while you're announcing the winner. Anything of note?
Right, I think we might as well, guys. It is about 6 a.m. Central. We have chosen a name, not by random, a person that followed those steps diligently, and a deserved winner indeed. So today's winner of the 5K challenge account.
Here we go. Here we go.
Goes to Daniel Patel. Congratulations. You're today's winner of that 5K.
Well done, Tanil. Well done, mate. Yeah. There we go.
Let us know.
Awesome.
The great support team to our Discord channel.
I tell you what,
Phil
has been here every single day for a month, waiting to win a prize. He's asking questions, participating, and it's paid off.
Awesome.
Excellent.
Great stuff. Well-deserved winner then. Congrats, Sunil.
Staying power. Oh, that's awesome to hear.
Woo!
Yeah.
Well done,
well done, mate.
Well done. As simple as that, guys. Just, if you haven't won yet, don't lose faith. Daniel is a good example of that. Been around for quite some time and finally won a prize. So, yeah.
Yeah, well done. Super, super awesome. Well done, Tanil. There was a band called something and Tanil, or was that Peniel? I can't remember now. Just struck a bit, rang a bell. Someone and or dancers? Was it dancers? Classical dancers? I can't remember. Someone and Tanil or Peniel, something like that.
Yeah, I've heard.
Sorry, guys.
That sounds familiar.
Quick. So if you once you've won these prizes, one of our giveaways, now make sure that you join our Discord server, like I mentioned before, right after the session, right? So once the session's ended, go inside of the server and head on over to the hashtag claim/giveaway channel, and they will post all the detailed step-by-steps you need to follow, right? So a guide, and if you follow those steps carefully, you will be able to claim your account. So just an extra step you need to make sure you follow. Again, head on over to our Discord server, register on it, and inside there you'll see a hashtag claim giveaway channel with all the detailed step or guide that you need to follow to get yourself sorted out with that account. Cool, cool.
Sweet.
Oh, that's
awesome.
It's going to be too little. I was trying to get a little bit of a summary of.
That?
Well, I was using DeepSeek to summarize Governor Bullock's speech, so that's probably pretty tough to read. But yeah, it's just basically speech technology and the future of central banking. Core message: technological change, AI, digitalization. Is a major structural shift reshaping Australia's economy. The RBA must understand its impact on the economy while simultaneously harnessing technology to improve its own. Okay, so it's just basically all while balancing innovation's core mandate of stability and resilience. So that's basically blah, blah, blah. That's just basically about how they're using AI to digitalize everything. Key economic impact, RBA, okay, blah, blah, blah. Modernizing the RBA. Informing policy with AI and data, policy innovation, wham, wealth. So they're calling it the wealth, housing, and asset module. Wham with an exclamation point. Yeah, look at that. We got wham. So
Wham
we
like
got
the
some
band.
George Michael in the house. Yeah, we got some George Michael in the house right there.
Well, I'll tell you what,
Wealth,
those
housing,
the
and
text you put on the yellow looks like those ending credits in Star Wars, you know, when it like, or the beginning.
Yes.
when
Oh,
it
yeah.
goes up and down. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's basically it. Just a bunch of AI stuff. But it's nice that they shouted out a little Last Christmas on there. Last Christmas, give you my heart.
Oh my gosh.
Very next day, give it away. Which, by the way, they say is not a Christmas song. They said this is not a Christmas song. It's just a song that happened to be taking place around Christmas. Nah, it's still a Christmas song. What do you guys think? Is it a Christmas song or is it not?
Oh dear.
I think it's a Christmas song.
Yeah.
Folks, I've gone long on Bitcoin and I've reversed my trade on gold to long as well. I took a $4.50 loss on the gold short. Actually, I'm hedged on it. I didn't know you could actually hedge on this account. So instead of closing my short, I took a double-sized long. I see it's left the short open. So I'm going to consider that as a loss on the short. But I'm just going to leave it open for now because I'll unhedge it later. Essentially, I took a loss, even though it's not closed. And I'm now long on gold and also long on Bitcoin. We've got long on Bitcoin at 11,510, and I'm long on gold at the current level, having stopped and reversed for a $4.50 loss.
Cool, cool.
Yeah, gold just hit my alert right here at the top of this former closed double top as far as the closed candles on a 5-minute time frame. So I'll be keeping an eye on this one myself. Might just look at a little bit of a break retest type of a setup on this. Just something simple. Maybe use this as a little bit of a stop loss under here. Something like that. So we'll see. Yeah, I'd like to get a retest. I don't want to just outright buy a breakout. I might just see if we can get a little bit of a retest on it first. But yeah, just look at something like that. My alerts are loud. I wish my alerts would go off when I'm asleep. I haven't figured out how to get it to do that yet. Like, I don't know. I got to sync it with my phone somehow to make it loud, because there'll be times where I'm wanting to see price when it hits a certain spot, but I'm taking midday sleep, right? Because I sleep during the middle of the day. I usually sleep like 9 or 10 till about 3 or 4, 9 or 10 a.m. to 3 to 4 p.m. So, yeah, I'm pretty much the vampire with my schedule. But
folks, I've just reversed my gold trade to long. I don't know if you heard all of that. Did that all come? I think my mic might have been off. I was speaking for about 5 minutes. Was it off?
No, we heard.
Did you hear all of that?
Yeah,
oh, good.
you want to flip to
Oh, maybe it just. I think my mic actually switches off automatically if I pause for like 30 seconds. It seems to turn itself back on, which is fine. I just thought I was talking to myself.
Like a smart mic. Yeah. Is that something you wanted to show on your chart, or?
No, it's all right. I just wanted to let you know that I've gone long on Bitcoin and reversed long on gold.
Okay. Yeah, my CAD Swiss ain't looking too hot. Euro dollar's hanging on for dear life. I was hoping to get up to this 1-to-1 so I could move my stop loss to a cheap cup of coffee, but hasn't quite gotten there yet. So we'll see. We'll see if we can hang on. Come on, get up here and visit this high point so I can move my stop loss. How about that? Yeah, CAD Swiss. Looking like it's probably going to be done here in just a moment, unless we get a swift kick in the behind and drop it down. It's ignoring both of those little supply areas. All right. Gold it is for me. I'm just going to sit and watch this.
Go long gold again if we can get a bit of a pullback, but I'm just going to jump in right now.
Yeah, I want to see a pullback first. Something like that. Something like that. Close that out. Close that out. See, anyway. Dollar yen. Aussie dollar. New Zealand Swiss. Yeah. I don't think I have anything else at the moment, fellas. I think those three I'm keeping an eye on. Richard, was there any other things you were keeping an eye on?
Oh, mate. That US dollar Swiss franc trade, I wanted to go short, but it just slided too fast. That was at the beginning of the session. I think most of that drop happened already. I was actually looking at some stuff.
Give me just a couple minutes. I'll be right back in a couple minutes.
No worries. We can switch on over to my chart if you guys don't mind. Unless you got something to show there, James.
No, that's fine. Those are Tiger's charts, yeah. Yeah.
Right, here's my chart. So, been tracking this sequence up here from the 22nd of June, much like you did with that triangle, obviously more of a phase, or wave as some might call it. Also had to change around a few times, update things, because we don't have crystal balls, and we have to have the adaptability to change our minds from time to time. Stuck to the bullish tone of this move, obviously. And here we go again, a beautiful megaphone pattern that I identified. I reckon this was a fourth wave, again, of this sequence to the upside. And even this fifth wave over here, subdividing in 5 waves itself. And then I was sort of expecting a potential 5th wave. Again, now, this is not saying the FTSE is going to go to hell, and drop all the way down to here in the beginning of April. I'm just saying this little move over here. Not from the beginning of when the FTSE started trading, or the UK 100, I'm just saying that we expected a decline. Now we've got that. Currently, obviously, got a very strong decline here on the UK 100, and we're now getting a little bit of a bounce to the upside. Now, what I was looking at this morning was this.
Sorry about that.
Very, very basic chart analysis. We had a strong move up yesterday, boom, and then we had this drop, nearly created a double bottom, and I was sort of looking at the FTSE. You see, it was about, was it 40 minutes into our session? No, it was actually about 20 minutes to our session, because this is an EST, all right? A very strong decline, failed to take out this previous low. Where's my path tool? And gave us this formation, right? So lower lows, lower highs, although I tried to figure out where the lower highs are on this move. This one's really easy to see. The price moved straight up. A lot of acceleration gaps here, or fair value gaps, as some folks might call them. Break of previous structure, right there. And I don't know why this keeps on defaulting to dark colors. I want to see things here. Anyway,
right.
Potentially, indicating we might at least get a nice swing back to the upside. And I was sort of waiting for a nice little bit of a pullback here into that area and something like that. That did not happen. As you can see, it was just lift off to the upside. Price has just fallen short of this previous high here. So on a smaller time frame, we might just be seeing, let me get my path tool out again, if it is corrective versus this decline, maybe just some sort of an ABC, and maybe another move lower again. Or it fails to take out a high, and then we start moving sideways, we create a triangle, whatever the case might be. But I'll be interested in, although my bias was to the upside during our London session today, I'll be interested in to see what happens if price breaks that high, if it finds resistance, maybe give us some sort of an opposite type of vibe here, where we have this going on. Let's say price moves up from here, gets into that area, and we get a decline that breaks previous price structure. That might be an indication that a larger ABC has ended. Potentially. So there you go. That's what I was looking at on the UK 100. Again, I always use some pitchforks to make things a bit more complicated for some folks. Not for me though. And I typically use a shift pitchfork setting when it comes to zigzags, if I'm thinking we're dealing with a zigzag. So yeah, that upper median line will take us right into that sort of area that I've just drawn there. Let me maybe make this red. Maybe this is something I'll post on our Discord channel after the session as well. Right, so potentially expecting some more upside here to potentially complete a very volatile.
Richard, that's an interesting chart. Sorry to interrupt, but you have your, I can see with the frustration here, every time so when it broke out, it didn't pull back to the breakout point. And then we broke out of the high formed by the breakout and only just pulled back to that breakout point. So it hasn't really given traders much of a chance to get in long if they were thinking long, and potentially short either because we're not near the top.
Yeah. And, I was this morning like and eyeing because, when price gets so close to a previous low, you a lot of times would expect at least a double bottom, or just a break below it. But as soon as we started seeing this very strong reversal back upwards, break of structure, I thought like, yeah, look at this strong move here. Maybe we're going to get another leg higher, which we did. It's just I wasn't going to chase this. Because I've done this, in the past. I've learned not to do it anymore. So you chase this, you get in this, I don't know, somewhere around here. Maybe let's use a different tool to draw. You get in somewhere like there, and then all of a sudden, you sit with a pullback.
Yeah.
And then hope price is going to continue back upwards again. And it's during this pullback here, if you got involved right there, that you start doubting yourself and you're sitting through a little bit of a drawdown on your position. It's not nice. So, it would have been nice to see that pull back and then do that. So just did not have time to get into it, unfortunately. But it is what it is, right? This is trading. This will happen. Will continue to happen. It's about also being patient sometimes. Right?
Smoking that tumbleweed.
Hey, Starboy.
All right.
Congrats.
Richard, I was about 30 years ago. I was chatting to a trader, an old guy. I say old guy. He was my age. I was younger. He was 60, which is what I am now. So 30 years ago.
Yeah.
And a very old man. And he said, and back then, back in the day, there were only we were traded off 5-minute charts, and there was only like one broker around, and the charts were pretty crappy, so you couldn't draw stochastics and MACDs, and you could, but it was just a mission. And so we were 5-minute charts with trend line break, and we're in, or a break through a top, and we're in. And I always felt that was a bit impetuous and a bit irresponsible. But he said, if it starts moving up, hit the bid, and if you're wrong, get out. That's it. It's not complicated. And so this chap, a bit like Coach Daryl and maybe me a little bit now, you just. Yeah, and just if you're wrong, make sure you get out of the trade very quickly. That's all. And therefore, you don't have very much risk, even if you're just willy-nilly placing a trade, as long as you're prepared to take the loss. And most traders aren't. That's the problem. Even a $10 loss or a $100 loss, people will not take. Traders won't take a $10 loss on a $10,000 account. They won't take a $10 loss.
You need to accept that loss before you actually get into the trade, right?
No.
Yeah.
That's just mindset.
You
gotta pretend like
traders, right? They say I'll get out when things go against me, but then they don't. Things go wrong immediately, and they just keep on hanging on to that hope that it will turn back into their favor. And yeah, we know how that ends.
Because they can't be wrong. They cannot be wrong. Yeah, it's just like
for sure.
NASDAQ.
It's just like
looking at the NASDAQ yesterday. This was the analysis yesterday. Sort of formed almost a double bottom. I think if you look at the futures on the NQ E-mini, I think we just almost made a double bottom with this low over here. Potentially completing an ABC pattern, or maybe this is still underway. Only a problem I have with this is that price missed this lower median line. Price shouldn't always reach a median line. That'll be just silly to think that. But it quite often does when you're dealing with corrective structures. Who knows? Same thing maybe here with the NASI. Maybe it's going to start doing this. Triangular sort of formation with all this indecision going on, all these troubles we have in the world. It would not surprise me. Very messy, very volatile, quick change of direction on the whim. We've been seeing that, and I think we're going to continue seeing that for quite some time, maybe even for the remainder of this month. We'll see. Yeah, guys, I really don't have anything else much there other than gold, which I would like to see a little pullback on. Maybe get long again.
Or the indices.
But I doubt
the US
it's not going to lift off without me.
Yeah, the U.S. indices gave perfect 30 minutes London breakouts.
Yeah. This was probably it was because prices broke that high, this previous high. A correction of some sort. Here we see. Yeah, look at that. Hit it twice, and then lift off.
Lift off.
But I did not observe that in real time. This is in hindsight. And in hindsight, you have 22 vision, right? Doesn't help much when it comes to trading. I did not see it. I'll accept it and move on.
Folks, all of my trades are off it, and I'm closing them all now. I've hit the flatten button. And the reason for it is because I've got profit, and also I've got another trading session coming up, which I don't want to be holding. And this is a real account. It's I've got to try and pass this challenge. So I've closed all 8 positions. I don't know what the profit was. Not a lot, but some. So I'm out of everything. Every one of those trades you can remove from the top of the screen.
Can't go broke.
I would have held those. I have a live. I'm live in the next session, and we'll be looking at the futures then. So I don't want to be running the 2 accounts simultaneously, unfortunately. So I've just neatened it up a bit. I think it was a couple of. I'll tell you how much profit shortly. I'll come back to you on that.
Cool. No worries.
Can you actually hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Microphone's off.
Yeah.
Oh, it must be. Oh, I know what's happening, because this microphone was off, and I think it switches automatically to the mics from the headphones. Isn't that clever? So yeah, you heard all that. Yeah, so I'm out of everything. All positions closed. I'll give you the profit amount shortly.
Cool.
10,000.
Tiger, you have anything to show us on your side there?
Yeah, we can take a look. Still waiting on the pullback for that gold. Still waiting for a pullback on that gold there. It did break through. Just looking to see if we can't get a pullback touch. I mean, right on that pullback would be a demand. A little bit of a demand right here.
Cool.
Demand here, got a demand here. But yeah, I'm just going to go for that top one since it's the retest of that line I was looking at. So just in case I miss it, I better put another little alert there. It is nice having the higher package and having all these extra alerts because I don't have to spread them out. Yeah, James, I had on TradingView, I had just the very first package, so I had 20 alerts, and I kept having to ration them. So I'd get to the end of the 20, and I have to go find my least favorite alert and delete it if I really wanted to put a new one on there. But no, I finally went up a package, so I get 100 alerts. It's like all the alerts I'll ever need now.
Hey, here's a tip. Here's a tip on TradingView. If you wait for the what's it called, Black Friday sale in November, they offer like an 80% discount. I buy the most expensive package every year at that time because it's cheaper than buying the cheapest package if you buy it on that day, Black Friday. I think it's like the 15th of November, somewhere around there. You'll know. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen how they have quite a
So
few.
you can get the pro package for the price of the cheapest package.
Yeah, well, I'm putting that on my calendar then. Like literally, I'm going to go to my calendar as we speak. Calendar.
Yeah, they do it every year.
So you can get even more alerts, Tiger.
Yeah.
What's that, Richard?
A trading alert. That's a trade alert, Tiger.
Yeah, I guess I could do that too. What is Thanksgiving? Black Friday. Yeah, so that's what I'm gonna do. I'm literally putting an alert on trading TV Black Friday. Okay, perfect.
Yeah,
so
that's essential. Absolutely essential every year. It's the only date that you need to know every year when it comes to trading. Yeah, don't worry about all the other dates. Right. This is the most important one, right? Yeah.
Yeah. No, you're right, because I have noticed that the last couple of years that seems to be the best one. Yeah, so the euro, okay, so CAD Swiss, I ended up getting out of that one. Euro dollar, I'm still hanging strong. Not really a whole lot on the dollar Swiss yet. I mean, we did break down on the bottom side of the London Open, but then we just quickly kind of went back up in the area. Let me see here. Is there anything I've got here? What's that? I don't really care for that area. I would really, really love to get short dollar yen. Really would. But I just don't have a great place to do it. Kind of a counter trend. I wished I would have gotten in up here, but that was about the time I was writing up my news article this morning for the show. So, yeah, 2:20 a.m. my time. What's that?
Maybe I can help you with an entry on your excuse me, maybe I can help you with an entry on that. When you're done with your analysis there, I'll show you the JXY chart, and it'll show you more or less when the right time might be.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Would love to see that.
JXY chart.
So is that is that for the future? Is that just the Japanese futures or Japanese index?
That is the Japanese index, and on TradingView, there are different acronyms for it, but it's JPYX on TradingView.
Yeah.
There are a few of them, but that's the easiest one, JPYX.
Yeah.
And what that shows is basically the yen, the strength or the weakness of the yen against a basket of other currencies. I'm not sure exactly which ones. Obviously, the dollar, the euro, the pound, maybe the CAD, the Aussie dollar, probably the NOK as well. So it just shows the strength of the dollar, of the yen against the other currencies. It also gives you good trading levels. So we're approaching we're dipping into a very strong support level right now for this pair. And if that bounces off that support, the dollar yen will fall down. So just to your left there, we're basically at a potential double bottom on the yen index. And so that could be your timing tool there, Tiger.
Yeah. So that's different from just the JXY, which is what I have saved.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's the Japanese yen currency index.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to do some studying on
sure
this, because I saw you talking about that last week, the JPYX. So yeah, that's probably something I need to study up on.
Yeah. I think if you just put it into ChatGPT, Tiger, and ask You maybe you can do that now, or I can do it. Just each one of these indices is measured against indices. Maybe this is just a different basket of majors for this particular index compared to JXY.
Yeah.
In any event, the JPXY is approaching support, and we're not far from it. In fact, we're about 731, so almost at it right now. So any moment, if you see the dollar index, the dollar yen start to create reversal patterns on a shorter term chart, it might be around about now. Doesn't seem to be there just yet, but yeah.
Yep, a little bit of a demand. Yep. Yeah, no, that's what I'm. That's actually what I typed in here for JXY or incorrect quoting. Yeah, I'll have to look at this after the stream just to do a little studying up on these. JXY or Japanese yen, USD, and then JPYX is USD, JPY. Okay, so it looks like it's opposite. Yeah, I'll have to mess with that after the stream. Study up on that because I didn't even know that was a thing. All I knew of was, like I said, the Dixie, the XC, the Bixie, the Sexy, the Jaxie. But yeah, I really also like keeping an eye on the currency futures.
That's a thing. That's a thing.
Jaxie and the Sexy.
Yeah. So I was short on this one already. Yeah, it has actually broken down through that trend line that I had on the 5-minute chart, Tiger, on the dollar yen. And maybe so we're bouncing right now.
Yeah.
Bouncing down, I mean, not up. Falling.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see here. 115. Yeah, I'll kind of keep a little bit of an eye on that. Big old cluster on the side on the little bit higher time frame, but you still in that? Oh no, you closed out of your Aussie dollar. You said you closed out of all of them, I think, right? Yeah. Dollar.
Pull back gold, damn it.
Yeah, or is it pulled back yet? That's the one I'm keeping an eye on. Watch it run off without us. Yeah, I'll laugh if it does. I mean, we got this other little double top-ish area up here to maybe pull back potentially. Split the difference.
Guys in the chat there, we've got about 45 minutes left before we end this session. Again, please note we'll have that $25,000 futures account, challenge account, to be given away during futures session. So stick around for that. And I think we should, to those that are new, I see there's quite a few names that just joined us. VDRIVN. There we go on your screen right now. That's the details. We already gave away a $5,000 account. That's to Tanil. Again, congrats from our side. And the $25,000 account will be given away to a lucky winner during the futures liftoff session, right? And to be eligible for that prize, you need to follow the steps on screen there. Subscribe to our YouTube and Instagram handles of both Hola Prime TV and Ola Prime Global accounts. Keep on commenting during these live sessions. And again, guys, make sure that your email is linked to your YouTube bio so we can reach you with the account details to, get you all set up. Again, all winners will be selected live during these sessions, so do stay tuned. All right. Coach Tiger, maybe we should do the Grand Prix announce again quickly.
Oh, yeah, we could do that.
Yeah, because that's still open for registration.
Yeah, so let's see here. Sorry, I got to go find the details again real quick. I think it was a little further up. Yeah, so just a reminder on the Grand Prix Championships coming up on Monday. So you've got the rest of the week and weekend to sign up for that. you will get a starting balance of $5,500 and in a chance to snag some cash.
It's free.
Yeah, free sign up, just so you guys know. We'll get you a little bit of a demo account set up. But yeah, 5,500 balance on that, and 5,500 is also the prize that you could win. First prize right there on your screen. So, but yeah, as far as this competition starts on Monday, you can register all the way through Sunday, and you have to stay under a 7% overall loss on the challenge, and then under a 3% daily loss. So just keep that in mind. Pretty straightforward. Yeah, definitely go into the Discord link, which I believe we posted just a little while ago. If you guys need to, just scroll up just a little bit on the chat, and you'll see the Discord link for that. But just go click on that and then go to the competition tab. And then, that's where you can register and get rolling. But yeah, the top 20 people will win prizes, some rewards. And then of course we'll get you some love, some visual love on our social sites as well. Just something to kind of add a little pizzazz into the trading week next week. So, but yeah, check it out, and we'll see who wins these prizes. Pretty exciting stuff. I think this is the first one we've done on our end. I do know that the futures guys and gals did a little bit of a competition yesterday. That looked pretty cool. I think Coach Darrell ended up winning. It was just a quick little 1 hour trading challenge, from what I was able to understand there.
All right.
But yeah, it was pretty cool. Coach Sam
Tiger. Tiger,
What?
bring that. Let's talk about that a wee bit. That's interesting. Is this a different competition to the one that was held yesterday? Is this like a more global, longer type of competition? And how do we trade this? And what are we up against? What's the competition? I'm not going to be in it, but I'm sure others would like to know how this whole thing works.
Yeah, well, and I know they have it on the Discord channel. I actually need to remember which tab it's under.
Oh, okay.
I'm just going to take a quick peek, but
just those who are not in,
just register.
Not everyone's in the Discord.
Straightforward. So you got 5 days, James, pretty much running from Monday till
5
Friday.
days.
And it's basically who can make the most, P&L. Will be first, second, and third prizes on there. I believe the first 20 traders also, get prizes. So, and there's going to be random $100 to be given away as well amongst the traders.
we have so many tabs, it's hard to find it.
And it will be held once a week, guys. So I've just got notice about that.
Awesome.
So yeah, it looks like this competition is going to stretch around for quite some time. So that's pretty interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's always good to have a bit of healthy competition. And then we also had, yesterday was the Futures Coaches go-to-head one-on-one profit battle.
Yeah.
I think, is that today again? Sorry, guys, I'm just getting news here on the side.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I'm not really sure. I just kind of caught the tail end as I was waking up yesterday. Which tab? Details. Yeah, I can't find it.
Looks like the profit battle will be going on
once a week.
Once a week. There we go.
I think it's on today, actually.
Once a week.
1 hour profit battle.
On yesterday as well.
Starts at 8.
Well,
is that? Yeah.
Yeah, there's back and says once a week for that. Okay. So is it always on Tuesdays?
Okay. Yeah.
I'm curious about that.
Yeah. Is it on Tuesdays? I watched a little bit of it yesterday.
It was interesting, though, to hear Coach Sam kind of talk about kind of his performance at the end of the hour, because he was saying how he kind of jumped in a little early on some things, because obviously it was a timed event, right? 1 hour event. So he was talking about he jumped into some of his trades maybe a little earlier than he would have normally done. But at the end of it, though, he came back strong and ended up finishing. I think he was like 2,000 down at one point. He ended up towards the end of it. I think if I remember hearing him right, he said he got like 3,000. So he finished 1,000 up. So basically, it's not how you start; it's how you finish. I mean, a few of my profitable trading days over the last couple of weeks have been like that. Start off with a couple small losses, get annoyed by it, have a big win to kind of come from behind and finish the day on the positive. So don't ever let a loss or two chew you up and make you feel like you're getting spit out, because it only takes one good runner to kind of make up for lost time.
But even for our viewers, you can actually participate, not trade from their side, but you can pair up with one of your favorite coaches, and if they win, you can also win giveaways, right? So that's pretty exciting stuff.
Yeah. Folks, I've just gone long on the dollar yen, switched directions, it gapped over the trend line.
Good stuff.
Nice.
You
can have a look at my chart if you would like to show it up there, Super Team at the back.
Share that quick.
See what you're looking at here.
Guys, just excuse me, I'm just going to go away for a minute.
Sounds good. Yeah, back in. Flip on
See
over
it
to
just
James.
now, Richard. Yeah, flip on over there, back in.
There you are.
All right.
There you are.
Damn it, what's happened?
Oh.
I've lost my trading platform. All right, don't worry, we'll find it. It's here somewhere, Project X. It's great that these are also web-based, by the way. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I love that.
Oh,
I don't like having to download
Yeah.
a platform. I love it.
Yeah. I don't know what's happened. Is that Project X? Give me 1 second here. We want the GUI trader. That's what we want. There we go.
There you go.
GUI trader. All right, so this is what we got. Is that showing? I can't see what's going on the other side, so I'm relying on you to help me out. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is the GUI.
Right. Yeah.
GUI dollar yen.
We had a look at this trend line earlier. Yeah. It's just a simple trend line running down the middle of the screen. This is a 15-minute chart. And hang on. If we have a look at what happened on the 5-minute chart and why I got long, is that we have this trend line. It's the gap's no longer there. Anyway, there are some gaps going on these days. It's quite interesting because this chart had actually gapped back up through the trend line, and now the gap's gone. Anyway, we had gone down through the trend line and gapped back up again, and that's the reason I got long. Seems like it wasn't even a gap. It was not real. But anyway, it's put me in long right there. And my target is simply back up to the top of this high at 149 and call it 149. And we're in at 148.60. So about 30 pips up if we can get it. 30 pips is a big move intraday on a currency pair, any currency pair. The best chance you got of getting 30 pips are on the yen crosses, most probably, or the pound. So 30 pip move is quite a long way. It's a decent, solid hour chart move, like a 1 hour candle or two 1 hour candles back to back. So it's about a 1 to 2 hour trade, let's say, if we got momentum. We don't have any momentum right now. It's just dribbling around. But if we did get a bit of a bump up like this previous move up on the left, that'd probably take an hour or so, and we could get out at about 149, about 30 pips. So we'll see how that one goes. I probably shouldn't have gotten to another trade now because we've only got 20 minutes left before I go to the next session. But let's see if we can get something out of that.
Well, if any currency can do it, a pair would be the dollar yen, because it ranges about 120 pips a day ATR. So that's definitely one of the faster ones.
Yeah.
So I've got faith in it. I've got faith in it. If it
Doesn't
were the
look
euro
great right
pound,
now, does it?
I wouldn't have any faith.
Anyway.
Euro pound, it's like a
James,
40 pip range.
I was going to ask you, I mean, you went over, you had a little position on crude oil today, WTI.
Yes.
So
I was long and then I went short.
I think it was with Coach Paul when you do the pre-market session. I've been watching at home because it's that stage where I start preparing food for the hungry children. The longer range view. I would like to know your your view on that? I mean,
Yeah.
obviously,
Look, I mean,
Hey,
oil's
that's
been
the
in a
chart.
downtrend for, yeah, we've been in a downtrend since 2022, and the downtrend's still there. So I don't like the idea of buying oil too much. Although I bought it once, as you can see, I've got two group buys. These are all my previous positions. I always leave them on my charts to look back at them if I, want to make some analysis or assumption based on the bad trades I've taken in the past. But these all been pretty good, actually. I mean, we've. What's that? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Look at this, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, hold my beer and watch this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, so look how many times we've sold. I'm a swing trader, so there's not a lot of positions, but all of these have been held for weeks or months at a time. So they've been long held positions, except for these two at the bottom where we got long at a double bottom, bottom of the channel basically. So that wasn't difficult, and these sells, none of them have been difficult. We just sold the top of the channel and or the 200-day moving average. That's the purple line.
Yeah.
So we're not at the top of the channel yet. We may get there, but we are at the 200. Actually, not quite even. I don't have a position on this in my swing trading accounts, but we've just taken a lot profits on the long. We got actually the third time we've got long. Let me make a new arrow there just to indicate what we've done. And I've now, I've got all this Zoom stuff all over my screen. I don't know quite what to do with it. It's always in the way. So we got long on that double bottom dip down to the support zone, and we got out yesterday, right here. So what's going to happen next? I don't know, but in mind, I'm short. I don't know where to sell. It might be today, in fact. I'm already short on this, have been short today on this day trading account here at Ola. But I don't have a long-term swing trade position on here. I'll try and sell up here, maybe the channel's top line, and even, I don't even mind if we break up through the channel top and get slightly higher up. Any of these rallies I'll look at sell into, and the higher the better, actually. I think we're going down to this double bottom again at 55, and then I think we'll eventually get down through there and actually get back down to the bottom of the channel again. And that's down below 50. And I think after that, it's going to be problematic for oil to go much lower. And then we'll have to see this bouncing out quite sharply out of there, something like that.
Yeah, I'm also thinking the same. So lower, but definitely not negative again, right? Not in the minuses.
I don't think so. No. But and there's another line just down below here. We could get as I think we got to minus was it $5 or something at one point on crude?
No, it was more than that. It was I believe it was something like minus
20,
minus 32 or something, guys. Yeah,
15 or 30.
Yeah, just yeah.
I mean, you're going to pay me to
So
take oil.
I think we've got a good chance of I think we've got a good chance of maintaining this channel structure, bearing in mind that a downward sloping channel isn't bearish or bullish eventually when we break out. So we don't have a lot more time to go in this channel, I don't think. And we're getting pretty cheap once we're below $50 on oil. We could get to 30. Yeah, I mean, we could get to 30 or 20. I think 20 is a real stretch, but anyway, I think we'll at least bounce out of the channel bottom for a start, and then maybe not that high, and maybe eventually we're going to get down to the next trend line at about 36, something like that. That could be quite wild. Yeah. I think this is most likely, though, that we'll just get down there and bounce up. So I'm looking for shorts, but the question is, where are we going to short this? And I'm tempted today already, looking at today's candle, if this closes in a similar fashion, I'll look for a bounce up tomorrow, back up to the 50-day moving average. That's this red line, which is roughly in the center of today's bear candle, about halfway. So the 50% level is always the best place to buy or sell any retracement on average. It's not in every instance the best place, but on average,
and you have a decent
it's about
chance to get
the right place. So
right, rather than waiting for the 68.
retracement
and all that stuff.
Yeah. Might go 618 or it might go 38.2, but it doesn't really matter ultimately. You know, if we only get to 50 and turn around, that's fine. If we have to push up a little bit up to the 618, no problem. Just make sure your sizing can accommodate that. That's all. It's not very, very difficult. If your size makes you uncomfortable before you've clicked the button, don't click the button. And if your size makes you uncomfortable after you've clicked the button, do something about it. Change it. Reduce size or hedge it or do something. Don't. It's very. Yeah, trading is like really easy, you know. I really believe that trading is super easy, but the only reason that people generally get into trouble is got nothing to do with our nerdy chart stuff. It's got to do with oversizing and stress and fear and greed and doubt and FUD and FOMO and all the things that we all know about, but we generally don't deal with very well. So just don't oversize, and then you can take any of these trades anytime. It's easy. Do you concur, Richard and Tiger?
Oh, for sure.
100%.
Right.
Yeah, the whole
I mean,
risk,
how many times that, especially, I still do it sometimes. You know, you get involved in a trade, you've been planning it, you get into it, and then you go mess around with it later on, right? Rather than just let it be.
Yeah.
Because I think it's one of the worst things is you get out with profits, and then let's say you get home, or you were going to take a swing trade, or whatever the case might be, and you see this thing actually flew up 10, 20x, rather than the measly 2x that you were actually aiming for, you know, or you got scared about something, you got out, fiddling that with your fingers too much can cause more problems than anything else. That's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So the question on oil really is, I know which direction I want to be in. I was long. I didn't want to be long, but I was. I don't think it's a long trade. I think it's a short trade. But sometimes you get the chance just to get a counter trend like we did there. I didn't hold it for too long, as you can see. I didn't even wait for it to get into target because it's a counter trend trade and it's dribbling down a bit. So, you know, why hold on to something? Even if you get half the profit you wanted, it's still half the profit you wanted and not double the loss you didn't want. So this is a 4-hour chart. I sometimes get a bit gloomy, and the reason, folks, is not because I'm trying to discourage you from trading. It's because I'm worried about your trading positions and you losing all your money. That's all. And I've become a double grandpa now, so I'm allowed to be grandpa-ish, and I'm allowed to be stern and strict in my tone. So I've earned it, right? You only get to earn that when you're a grandpa. Right, that's a fact. Yeah. So, looking at oil, we have not got to my blob, but we're dropping down, and there's all the moving averages. That's the zone. We got an order block below us and a swing low, but we're starting to fail. And if I wait for the blob, I'm going to miss out on the trade potentially, which means I could get in now and look for an entry here. This is the 4-hour chart. If I was day trading it, I'd be looking for, once again, just a retracement back into this 4-hour candle, back up to the 200 and the 20-period moving averages right there. And if you can see my mouse, it's difficult on these charts sometimes. Let me point it out for you. Right there is the 200 and the 20-period moving average. And it's also halfway back up this sort of bear move that we've just had, roughly. It might be 48% or it might be 53%. Doesn't really matter. It's roughly halfway, and it's where these moving averages are. So as a day trader, I'd be looking for a move back up into that zone and then wait for your trigger. Your trigger might be a candle, could be a 513 EMA cross. It could be an overbought stochastic or RSI. It could be a one of those funny looking channels that Richard likes to draw, which are actually really good. I like them too. So it could be anything that triggers your short, but make sure you know where you want to short, and it's right there, halfway up the candle at the 200 and the 20 confluence. And then when you get there, don't panic, don't rush, don't get into a flap, just wait for a reversal signal, calmly take the trade, enter your stop loss, and set your target down here in the order block. Simple as that. You can almost set and forget it until the end of the day. And either it's going to fail and you'll lose a little bit of money, not a lot, or it'll win and you'll make a fair amount of money. Not a lot, but a reasonable amount, depending on your sizing. You won't be able to take this trade if you're scared about the size because we've got too much space above us. And you're going to be getting in at, let's say, 64.60, knowing that you can only put your stop loss is going to be more than $1 above you if you get in even at the moving averages. So that's going to scare a lot of traders. But you can still get into the trade, just reduce your size. Instead of whatever your full position might have been, go for, I normally start off at 25%. And then if it requires me to add more, I'll look at these levels up here to add the next tranche, another 25, and maybe another 25 at that tweezer top, just underneath it. That tweezer top, if it fails, this trade's gone anyway. So I can put a new fresh short just under that top. And my stop loss or hedge is just above there. So that last trade that I entered right underneath the top is almost risk-free because the moment it moves higher, that trade's removed for a very, very tiny loss. But if it moves down and doesn't break through that tweezer top, it moves down in my favor, that fresh short trade right at the top there is very, very valuable. And that's called an asymmetric bet. Always look for asymmetric bets when you can risk a little to gain a lot. Bitcoin's like that currently. Gold was like that recently. And there are some intraday trades like this sort of thing where you can enter right at the top of the tweezer, risk almost nothing, and stand to gain potentially even, if not just a short-term day trade down here. If you're a swing trader, you'll be looking for a much longer path down toward, following the red line. And that can all start off with almost no single trade with an asymmetric bet. Those are the sorts of trades that you should be looking for. And those are the trades that will make you money and make you profitable if you do it.
Right.
Sound advice.
And that's that.
Cool stuff.
Sound advice.
Nice.
Yeah. Cut down the risk.
May I just finish off? I've got to just finish this. I've got to finish this thought off. I'm a bit of a thought runner.
The floor's yours.
Sorry about that.
Go.
All you.
Talking about asymmetric bets. Asymmetric bets. I want you to remember that word or those two words forever. All right. Remember those words forever. Forever. Never forget them. Most retail traders are very good at taking asymmetric bets. Extremely good at it. But the asymmetry is reversed in most cases. In other words, most of you will be risking a huge amount to gain a very small amount. And I know that you do it because I do it sometimes. Everyone does it. And so you might say, well, I'm going to risk $10 because I'm going to short oil. I'll risk $10 because it'll never get to my stop loss. So I don't really know. I'll just put a sort of an emergency stop in, $10 higher, and my target's $2 below me. There's nothing wrong with trading like that. Sometimes it makes sense, but generally the asymmetry should be in your favor and not against you. Don't risk a whole lot to gain a little. Risk almost nothing to gain a whole lot. And if you apply that sense to every single trade you take without fail, and if it doesn't match that asymmetry requirement, don't take the trade. And every time you find a trade like that, you should take it.
Cool. Yeah. Sound advice.
Yeah.
Peeps. In the chat there. Let us know what you
stuff.
think. Star Wars saying is interesting. GSA 1. Good stuff. Good stuff.
It's good to be reminded of that now and then for sure.
Right.
Full show.
Right, guys, we got just slightly over 15 minutes left during today's session. I just got news. So the 1 hour battle competition, which is held during the future session amongst our coaches, will be happening every Tuesday. I watched that yesterday. It was very interesting. Lots of action happening during the New York session as well. So make sure you do tune in for that. But not only on Tuesdays, right? Keep supporting the guys. Make your voice thick there. Ask questions. That's also why we're here for. Please like and subscribe. And share this channel with everyone you know that might be interested in trading. Again, we'll be hosting these competitions quite regularly. We're still giving away free challenge accounts. So what's not to like, guys? Do us a favor again. Just hit that like and subscribe button as well. All right. Yeah. All right.
So no trades on this for me now in this session. We don't have time, but I am looking to get short. If we don't get the blob this week, I may be shorting where we are currently trading, looking for a move down to 50-ish.
So that will be a swing trade then, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
35.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
35.
All right.
Is there anything else anyone wants to look at? Anything that we need to look at from the chat?
Yeah, I specifically wanted to look at WTI that you just shown me, so thanks for that. A good point, James. Anyone in the chat, guys, if you want us to look at something, let us know. I actually think I skipped a question that we had earlier on. I don't know if that person is still here. Got a little bit carried away getting into that gold trade. I think it was pound AUD someone asked about.
Oh, yeah, pound Aussie dollar. Yep.
Did you look at that, Tiger? Can't remember.
No.
Yeah, there was Kandaka Amin that asked us to have a look at the pound Australian dollar. Maybe we can do that. Unless, James, you got something to show?
Yeah, sure. We can have a look at the SPY very quickly if you want to. So a couple of folks are asking about this. Where are we going on stocks? The S&P.
Yeah.
So this is kind of what I think is going on, but I'm certainly not convinced. This is a very tricky part of the market. What we have is a slowing down top, running out of momentum, stochastic and RSI divergence as we move into this sort of domed shape here. The only thing that can save this from, just dripping down and perhaps picking up momentum. This is quite a dangerous part of the market. If you roll over and the algos and the hedge funds get spooked, it could be quite sharp. We've got all this jobs stuff coming up in the next few days, so this is going to be basically news driven, I think. So we've got a little bit, in fact, in half an hour's time, we've got the first news report hitting us hard. That's the JOLTS report. And then tomorrow we've got unemployment. And Friday we've got the non-farm payrolls at 8:30 a.m. Eastern time. So all of that's going to hit this market super hard, like really, really hard. And it may be upwards. I don't know at this point. But let's zoom in and see what's going on. I'm fully hedged, as you can see on this. I've got a long and I've got a short just above the long. I have basically out of the market on this, even though I've got two positions on. They're offset. And then on the NASDAQ, a similar sort of thing. I just want to show you this one too. We got hedged on the NASDAQ yesterday as well. So actually we've got a couple of hedges on here. Yeah, basically one down there, almost on top of each other. And then we've got a hedge over here as well. So we've got no skin in the game apart from those hedge trades. And I think that we're potentially heading up. I do want to look at the S&P. This is the chart I'm using to guide me through this whole process, being the biggest of the US indices and the most technically sound and the most diverse, I think. Not the most diverse, but it contains not only NVIDIA and strategy, but some other more sensible stuff too. So this is the S&P, and I do think it is rolling over a bit, but there is a way to get out of this. Is just one sharp move up through this level will reset us into a new bull mode. And we do have a megaphone. We've got some Fibonacci projections above us here at about 6.8, and we've got a skinny red line, which is the top 200 period Bollinger Band above us too. And right now we're kind of in the middle of this channel, not near the top, not near the bottom, and flagging. So it is in a dangerous situation, and if it does roll down, particularly all this news coming out on jobs, and with the FOMC on the 17th, this might end up just actually being a medium-term top. I think the savior of this will be a sudden big bull candle, and we've already seen that actually on a different instrument. That's the US 30, and we saw that periscope candle, and that has triggered us into the long direction. I haven't taken a trade on this yet, but if you are thinking of this, it might be an opportunity to look at. There's the breakout periscope and the pullback just yesterday. We spoke about this in session yesterday, Tiger, down to the 20-day moving average. I posted this up in Discord as well. down to this breakout level, just down below it, down to the 20. And that occurred in pre-market yesterday, as I said it might, because we were just waiting for the market open. And then that sort of little fake out through the bottom. This is the US 30. There it is right there, as you can see. Exactly what I thought might happen. And we formed a little tweezer here on the 15 and got going. So that's the US 30. And I think that this pattern may be something that the S&P aspires to. So keep that in your mind as we switch across. Look at that. Burn it into your memory. And then have a look at the S&P chart.
Burn it.
So if we have one of those little periscope candles here on the S&P, like we saw on the US 30, it would set us up for exactly the same type of chart structure. I think this is the most likely case, but you know, who's going to bet on this, right? With NFP on Friday and Jolts today. I don't think anyone's going to really put any serious money into any of these plays, either long or short, until we find out whether we've got anyone employed in the US anymore.
If you like self-harm, maybe. GSA has been asking, did you cover natural gas? GSA, James covered it a little bit earlier. I don't know, we still have a few
we
minutes,
spoke about
10
it.
minutes.
Still long.
Have a quick look at that. Still long.
Yeah, let's
and then,
let's have a quick look.
Look at pound Australian dollar after that.
Pound Aussie.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we've talked about. I'll just quickly flash this up again. We talked about this, but essentially we've got this bull flag with a skinny channel running down the center of it. We didn't get to the bottom of the skinny channel or the bull flag, and we changed and turned around here at this point of control. We got long at 277, and we're trading. Oh, big move up right now. That's beautiful. Remember I said this blob, we talked about it just now, a few minutes ago. We drew this blob in on stream.
There you go.
We drew the blob in on the stream. All right. So the blob failed, unfortunately for the bears, and happily for the bulls. I'm long from 277, and the bubble's been okay. Yeah. Now, is that a dad joke or is that a just a pun? I don't know. Or are dad jokes all puns? I think they are.
Grandpa.
Anyway.
The grandpa. Graduated to grandpa.
A grandpa joke, yeah. So there we go, folks. The bubble, the blob didn't hold, and nor did the 200 period moving average, nor did the channel center line, nor did the 20 period moving average. And that confluence, very powerful. We spoke about this just an hour ago, literally. And I drew this blob in, and I said if we burst up through that blob, because of the power of this resistance, it will be a fairly strong move, which it is. Yeah. I hope it's not a spike. Don't call it a spike. This is a big bull candle with a shaven head to be. I hope. No spiking. No spikes.
Not yet. Not yet.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed. Well, one side of that.
And target. And the target, just to finish off, the target is top of the channel again, top of the flag. And if we get there in the next couple of days, that'll be roughly $3.60. I think we're going to 375. That's here in the center. But I do think we're probably going up to this previous swing high right in the middle of the screen. Maybe pointed out with this thing. I think we're probably going up there. This is the 4-hour chart, yeah. We're currently down there. There's the 350 level, a key level, and some order blocks there. There's the 375 level, which the market always reacts to, the natural gas market, every single time we get there. So watch out for that one. And if we get above that level, we've got the channel top over here at about 360. That's not above that level, it's below it actually. So I don't think the channel top's going to be a concern at all. I think we're heading to 375 first, would be through the channel, and then to much, much higher, probably $4 and then 450, 460. I actually think we're going above $5 on this run.
Massive swing trade we got there. Good luck.
Yeah. I think we're going to get $5 on this run. And if we do, that'll be a massive trade. Yeah.
Nice.
We'll see how we go.
Heck yeah.
That's natural gas. You wanted to look at the Aussie. Richard?
Yeah, we can look at pound Aussie.
Pound Aussie for one of our viewers there that asked a little bit earlier on. I hope he's still around. Sorry, I did overlook that. It did, however, pop back into my mind like James does. He talks, then he forgets, and he talks again. So there we go.
Yeah. Back over to my chart
So it is.
briefly. Back in. But yeah, as far as pound Aussie, just looking at it from a fundamental point of view, Kandakar, yeah, it's giving me a -4. So just looking at the fundamentals on it at first from a 30,000 foot view, yeah, pretty well neutral on a lot of the fundamentals. It's given a bullish signal for the most recent CPI report. Actually, let me do this. I need to just I just need to do this real quick so I can put it to the top of my list. Okay, there we go.
Right, we just got to share your screen as well, Tiger. There we go.
Yeah, I'm just going over the fundamentals at the moment.
Hundreds.
Hold on one second. Bearish. Let's just show me the bearish only. Oh, come on. Is it very bearish? Pound Aussie. Give me one second. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to find it on my. Okay, so pound Aussie. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, I mean you've got the CPI that's giving it a bullish signal, but that is because we have a lot of neutral scores on here. But what's giving it a bearish tilt is the retail sales number, the trend, the seasonality, and the retail positioning. So the retail traders are net long on this. So as a contrarian, we can look at it as a short. So overall -4. So still technically neutral, but it's definitely heavily closer to a bearish tilt than it is a bullish. So looking at it over here on my list, just looking at it from a daily time frame, you can see it's been trending downward, but now we're starting to run into this resistance points down here, and it's bounced right into a 4-hour demand. So I'd be afraid to be selling it right here. I would prefer to get a little bit of a pullback into this supply zone up here. It's a little ways away, but you got to keep in mind that 4-hour demand is going to be, pretty strong, at least to get some type of reaction. So what better reaction than to pull it up to the supply zone, which also coincides with a little bit of a former support back in this area here, further back in time. So, actually quite a few different supports are. Yeah, support there, support there, support there, support there. So quite a strong little support area. So if I could get a pullback into that price point, supply zone, and right on that support, be a good spot to go drop a sell order in. But yeah, I definitely would be afraid to sell it right now into the inside of this demand and support. And obviously you got another support line going through. So yeah, just a lot of support, a lot of congestion down here. Give me a little bit more of a premium price, or if you're looking to trade this thing, but you're obviously in a downtrend, so you don't necessarily want to fight the trend. Fight the trend / fight the fundamentals if you look at it like a fundamentalist, like I do. So yeah, that's probably my favorite play right there. But it's not anything that's going to happen
That's a good one.
right away. No. Yeah, I don't think it's.
I think the pound's the worst of the lot of them, Tiger, and the Aussie might be one of the best ones because of the price of commodities. So I think that's a great trade.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There we go. Cool. I did get in that gold trade, and I'm already kind of regretting it. By the way, let's go take a quick look at it. Yeah, I should have set my buy stop a little further out. Because it didn't quite break that line. It didn't get me in.
I'm going to sell gold right now too.
Yeah, sideways cluster. I wish I'd have waited. Yeah, and then also euro
short
dollar
gold,
is
folks.
Right on.
That's James.
Right on. But my euro dollar trade.
James is hedging against Tiger there.
Yeah. Well, that's the beautiful thing in trading. That's what makes a market, right? There's always a buyer. There's always a seller.
There we go.
Yeah.
So I'm short gold at 3545.
Yeah. Right on. Yeah, euro dollar turnaround. So we'll see what that does. But yeah, that's about all I got at the moment as well. Yeah, I wished I'd have waited on this. should have put my buy stop a little higher up.
Guys, we only got
Rather
a minute
than
left
peg it
before we end the
in.
session. So I don't know if you want to add something else. James,
What's that, Richard?
Short. Tiger, you along.
I didn't hear me. I can't see you, so I can't read your lips. What did you say?
I was saying we only got a minute left and we got to end the session.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Cool. I think I'm done. I think that's it. Yeah. Nothing else from my
You're
side.
short. Tiger's long.
We do have another session. I'll be with you in about 15 minutes in the next session, the market opening session. So we'll cover natural gas then, and we'll talk about a little bit about this gold trade, which I'll leave off for now. So we'll cover the gold trade in the next session. But I've got nothing else for now.
Good stuff. All right.
Awesome.
Yeah, now to all our viewers, thanks for watching, guys. Thanks for attending. Again, please like and subscribe. Stay tuned for our latest session. Again, starting in 15 minutes. The pre-market pulse will take you into the futures session with our other coaches as well. Please try to attend that if you can. We'll be giving away a $25,000 challenge account, a futures challenge account during the futures session. So please do stay tuned. From my side, thank you very much for watching. Coach James, great to have you on board.
Thanks a lot, Mr. James.
You guys.
We love having
Au
you.
revoir.
Make sure you follow those steps on the screen if you want to stand in line for that price, a $25,000 futures challenge account. So
Yeah.
see you in the next one, guys. Take care and
For sure.
all the best. Adios.
Cheers, cheers.
Bye-bye. Take care, everyone. Be good.
Ola Prime. Trade with